Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive, and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, Thicker, promotes synergy among ISDB Group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistem. Nasıl bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da... Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
in the areas of statistics, economic The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESRIC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC, with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical databank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity-building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, SESRIC follows up, evaluates, and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, SESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. SESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population, with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction, owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. SESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. SESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, SESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, SESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and SESRIC as facilitator. SESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills, while facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries. SESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, SESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
Supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN. The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future. A future of growth. Empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale. Investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential. Building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations. Supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
University in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet BULUT and I am the Rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdul Aziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the 7th conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these 2 conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the 2nd time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. Held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, with Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world, an organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish of 8500. They continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of three great empires, a city that embraces two continents, of the sea at its
His Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished guests, welcome to the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance, organized with the theme of Sustainable Development for Real Economy via video conference. This conference, coordinated by Islamic Institute of Research and Education, affiliated to Islamic Development Bank, is hosted by the Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, değerli konuklar, reel ekonomi için
Esteemed President, now we are hosting our conference about International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. I would like to welcome you all to our conference. When we talk about the Islamic Development Bank and with the coordination of Islamic Research Center, we are organizing this conference, and as Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, we are hosting this conference. As you see, we are organizing between June 14 to 20, and we will be talking about capital investment and entrepreneurship, digital economy, and fourth, industrial developments, and we will be talking about sustainable development.
Citation from Holy Quran. I now invite the Qari Abdul Ubeydullah from East Turkestan. Abdul is also student of İstanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Efendim, ilk olarak Doğu Türkistan.
First of all, we would like to welcome Hafeez Abdul Ubeydullah. We will be listening a recital of Quran. Abdul at the same time is a student of our university.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تأكلوا الربا أضعافا مضاعفة واتقوا الله لعلكم ترحمون واتقوا النار التي أعدت للكافرين وأطيعوا الله والرسول لعلكم ترحمون وسارعوا إلى مغفرة من ربكم وجنة عرضها السماوات والأرض أعدت للمتقين الذين ينفقون في السراء والضراء والكاظمين الغيظ والعافين عن الناس والله يحب المحسنين والذين إذا فعلوا فاحشة أو ظلموا أنفسهم ذكروا الله فاستغفروا لذنوبهم ومن يغفر الذنوب إلا الله ولم يصروا على ما فعلوا وهم يعلمون أولئك جزاؤهم مغفرة من ربهم وجنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها ونعم أجر العاملين صدق الله العظيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
We thank to Qari Abdul for this beautiful recitation. Kur'an-ı Kerim tilaveti için Hafız.
We would like to thank Hafez Abdul.
With opening speech, 12. Uluslararası İslam Ekonomisi ve Finans.
Our conference of 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will be commencing with opening speech. And first I would like to invite Professor Dr. esteemed Mehmet BULUT to make his speech.
Bismillah. Esselatu vesselamu ala Resulillah.
Esteemed President, I would like to present my respect. For the last 70 years, we see that this is about excellence, and we are also approaching this in the light of wisdom and science. We set up our journey to bring up this generation of illumination, and we have given our 6th graduation this year. Since Sultan Velid, we have seen that this historic place, Halkalı Mektep, that ancient school, and this is a heritage. Now this is a complex given to us, and I would like to extend my gratitude for delivering us. Our university has made significant developments in specific areas. Praise be to Allah. Last year we have seen that the Green Matrix University Index, we have been ranking in the first 500, and we have also received Green Campus and Sustainable Campus, and we have been awarded 2020 award. Now we have taken all these titles and awards, and we continue our development and we are looking for the virtues and wisdom and science all around the world. Now we are talking about sustainable development for real economy. We'll be hosting this. First one was held in Mecca in 1976, and our professors, Rector of Zaim was representing, and now we are hosting the 12th of this conference. This conference, in its history, it is being held with this extensive participation. It is being organized online. I would like to thank you for your participation and for your support. With your permission, I would like to extend my gratitude and regards to all of them, information about our conference.
Is Honorable President of Republic of Turkey, Honorable Ministers of Economy and Finance of Turkey and Pakistan, representatives of institutions from Turkey and around the world, honorable guests, distinguished scholars, respected participants from all of the world. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance in this historic city, Istanbul. I would like to express my gratitude to His Excellency President of Republic of Turkey, ministers, our organizers, partners, supporters, and participants who grace us with their presence today, giving this event more significance. Conferences such as ours play an important role in mobilizing research and innovation and contributing to this strategic body of knowledge. Today's conference on Islamic economics and finance has its roots in history. It was launched first in Mecca al-Mukarramah in 1976. To date, it has been held in Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, UK, Malaysia, Bahrain, Indonesia, Qatar, and now in Turkey, under unique times. But this year, our conference promises to be a momentous summit geared to bring new depths to Islamic economics and finance. For the first time, this conference will be followed through the world online and will continue to do so for a week, promoting the spirit of ideas and engagement for far and wide. This conference could not have been held without vital collaboration with our esteemed partners, the Association for Islamic Economics and Finance, Islamic Research and Training Institute, Hamad bin Khalifa University, Association for Participation Banks in Turkey, SESRIC in Ankara, and Independent Industrialist and Businessman Association, MÜSİAD, as well as the support of other key institutions and the universities. The 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will be held under the theme of Sustainable Development for Real Economy. In doing so, this conference will provide a necessary platform for dialogue, discussion, and exchange between scholars, policymakers, practitioners, as they collectively seek to address the challenges of sustainable development in the fourth industrial revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It is fitting for this conference to be held here today, given that ISO was awarded the 2020 Good Governance, Sustainability and Greens Campus Award by Cambridge IFA for our commitment to sustainability and the future. This is in addition to receiving the 2019 World Green Metrics Award, which recognized Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University among the world's top 500 universities for its commitment to sustainability and excellence in education, research infrastructure, science and technology, energy management, and efficiency use of resources. Distinguished guests and participants, while the fourth industrial revolution is already underway, the humanity faced with coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. With this comes the evolution of the old to face the new. Today, for a better future of humanity and safe world, modern economic mentality, paradigm, and systems adapt and grow to meet the demands of a new world order. As intellectuals, scholars, and policymakers, we have responsibilities. The present global economic and financial system is unfortunately based on interest and injustice. Yet, experts on Islamic economics and finance continue to strive, develop, and introduce new solutions based on free interest and sharing economic models. We need these models today more than ever. Our gathering here today is not only to discuss and share theory and practice, but to bring about the betterment of all humanity. To realize this, based on our rich historical heritage, we must develop new futures, not only keeping with the times, but ranging ahead of them. To achieve this, we must cover our rich civilization and heritage on sharing economics and finance, and must perfect and establish better systems, mechanisms, models, and instruments, and not be afraid to think of what has never been taught before. These times are not without challenges, but in our efficiency, sustainability, transparency, ethics, and good governance are paramount. In honor of our Islamic tradition, we should lead from the front in these domains. Through this conference, we will discuss critical concepts and attempt to achieve all these. I invite you all to participate, engage, and network, making the best of this wonderful opportunity to engage with theory and practice as one. This must be rooted in our deep and long civilizational heritage. The Ottoman heritage is an essential platform to inspiring such new solutions. Beginning with cash wax, our shared heritage is rich in opportunities to develop new financing economics based on interest-free models. In addition to mudaraba, musharaka, present Waqf applications, Islamic banking and finance, and sukuk all stand to gain significantly from contributions of the Ottoman heritage. This week, in between 16 and 20 June, we are organizing this 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance at ISU in Istanbul, a city of civilizations. In an interconnected world of global finance, Istanbul represents past and future, and bold new center for Islamic economics and finance. I thank again to His Excellencies, ministers, contributors, and participants, and hope a successful conference. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We would also like to express our gratitude to our esteemed Rector, esteemed President, esteemed guests. Now we will be connecting to our Finance Minister, Dr. Berat ALBAYRAK. Esteemed participants, as Turkey we can say that in the next generations, sustainable development is really important for the real economy. We should have sustainable institutions, and they should have a sustainable structure. And recent developments have shown us that the main function in the economy, we should always be making bridges between the savings and the real systems. We have seen that this has become short, and the wealth and the welfare of people have not been developed, and it came to the point that it threatens a people's welfare. For that reason, we can say that we should be looking for the reflections and basis in a real economy. We should be abstaining from speculative operations, and we should be going for the participative finance. Institutions are crucial for us. Right after the global crisis, financial crisis, this participating finance institutions is really important, and it has become a momentum for the whole industry. And in Turkey, we have seen that Islamic finance institutions are legal since 2006, and it has become greater than the conventional banking systems, and it has increased from 2.4 to 6.5. And we have seen that with the funds of the pensions and the participatory funds have risen, it has increased to 16%. With all these positive developments, in spite of all these developments, unfortunately, we have seen that all the participatory finance institutions are not realizing it is full potential. These institutions, so that they can have the share from the market that they would like to have, we should be saying that they should be competing with other finance institutions in the market. For that reason, we can say that they should get finance education and fiqh education, and they should be comprehending the needs of the market and needs of the customers, and we need human resources in Turkey. And when we talk about interest-free system, we always think about participatory investment institutions. When we think about interest-free system, we should also be talking about pensions and talking about insurance systems. It has a great potential. For that reason, in order to support this structure, we should be organizing legislations and regulations, and we should be reorganizing this, and we have just started this. At the same time, using our resources and blocking the way of the resource, and we have started the reassurance formation, as well as the crowdfunding. In all alternative financing, we are always motivating and supporting the participatory financing. To sum up, we say that interest-free system is crucial in Turkey's economy, and we are supporting its place in Turkey's economy, and we are always enabling all the instruments. Our target here is that to develop Turkey with a structure, with an infrastructure of an interest-free system, with a qualified human resources, using its geostrategical location, and as using Istanbul as a financing center, and we will be pioneering and making the center of the world's interest-free system. With these feelings, I would like to wish you a fruitful conference with permission of Allah, and I would like to wish to all the participants that it will be fruitful, to all supporters of interest-free system, and I hope the developments and outcome will be all positive. And I would like to thank you, each and every one of you, for your participation. Greetings. We would like to also extend our gratitude for your participation and for your speech.
Minister of Finance of Pakistan, His Excellency Dr. Abdul Hafeez SHAIKH, will address our gathering via video conference live. Mr. Minister, please. Yes, sir. Can you hear us, Mr. Minister? Evet, bir kez daha deneyelim şu anda.
We would like to try once more for a good connection. I don't think that we have a sustainable connection now. Yes, sometimes we say that technology is sometimes not helping us. No, he's back on.
Can you hear us? Yes, sir.
Excellency, Recep. And Professor Dr. Mehmet, Rector of Istanbul University. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It is a great pleasure for me to participate in this very important event. I'm honored to be here with these remarks, with the ceremony of the Conference on Islamic Finance and Economics. Pakistan is proud of the achievements of Turkey under the leadership of President Recep. We are also proud of the close relations between Pakistan and Turkey in the area of politics, diplomacy, trade, investment, and above all, in the respect and affection we have for the people of Turkey. We remember fondly the visit of President Erdoğan recently, in which many decisions were made to further improve quality and quantity of the relationship, especially in trade and investment. This is an important event which is taking place at the right time. Islamic finance is a very fast developing area in the global economy. It now covers $2.5 trillion across 1,400 Islamic financial institutions in 60 countries. In Pakistan, we have also tried to give it a push, and now 17% of our deposits in the banking system and under the Islamic institutions. These 22 Islamic banking institutions and other Islamic branches number 5,000 and they are spread across 120 districts. As we go forward, there is a need for us to try and think about Islamic sukuk for resources of development, as well as in improving the quality of our infrastructure. There is also a need for us to sit together
Tamam.
and look at
Bittikten sonra ben anons edeceğim.
the research and other areas of collaboration to improve further
Görüntüye.
the whole workings of Islamic financial schemes so that we can create more employment, provide better infrastructure, improve quality of life of our students. I want to congratulate the organizers for bringing together some of the best minds in the areas of Islamic finance and economics to try and find good solutions and to try and find ways to be more innovative in improving the range of services in the sector. I wish you all the best. Let us try to keep the recommendations practical so that they can be implemented and not remain just at the theoretical level. I wish you all the best. I wish you all. I have some comments in my name, some comments part of team comments which will be shared with you and delivered separately. But I want to once again thank you for giving me this honor, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Evet, çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
We would like to thank esteemed Minister. We have been connected to Dr. Abdul Hafeez Said, to Minister of Finance and Economy of Pakistan. Now, we are now going to see that our honored guest, President of Republic of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, will be addressing to dear participants.
Saygıdeğer hocalarım, değerli katılımcılar,
distinguished professors,
sizleri selamların en güzeliyle,
distinguished members of faculty, distinguished participants, I would like to greet you all with the most heartfelt of feelings and greetings. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatuh. I would like to thank everyone who contributed to organizing the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. I hope that this conference will prove to be auspicious for our country, our region, the entire world, and the entire humanity. I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone, all the participants coming from home and abroad, to professors and industry representatives for participating. The first of these series of conferences was conducted in 1976 in Mecca, and this year marks the 12th of this conference, which is being held here in Istanbul's Sabahattin Zaim University. Professor Dr. Sabahattin Zaim, he was known as the Professor of Professors, and this university was named after him. He wrote a number of trailblazing pieces of work in the area of Islamic economics and finance. And let me remember Professor Zaim with gratitude on this occasion, who devoted his life to educating students and to service. I also would like to take this opportunity to extend my condolences to the late Professor Dr. Sabri Orman of this university, who passed away last Thursday. Dr. Orman, just like his professor, was just like his master Sabahattin Zaim, he was also a distinguished figure in the area of Islamic economic thought. He wrote books. They actually, both of these professors wrote books, educated students, and I think it is important for us to protect their scholarly heritage today. So with this in mind, I believe that today's 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is an important step towards doing that. Dear sisters and brothers, with the current pandemic, in the entire world we are now entering a new era of radical change. Although first and foremost this pandemic has to do with health, in terms of its outcomes, it is in fact impacting all walks of life, all areas of our life. from the labor market to trade to personal relations to public security. In many a number of fields now, we already are witnessing the aftershocks of this pandemic. In some Western countries, we see street demonstrations, and behind these, we see not only a reaction towards racism, but also towards the kind of injustice brought to the surface by the pandemic. So as part of this process, we see that some prosperous countries, I mean economically prosperous countries, failed in being able to distribute masks to their citizens, and they weren't able to provide proper health services. And we have seen disgraceful pictures of what has happened in some nursing homes in some of those developed countries. And all of these has really shook us to the core. Now, in a bitter way, unfortunately, in this process, we have seen that unfortunately material wealth is put to the foreground more than social justice and equality. Unfortunately, close to 450,000 people died due to the pandemic. And we see that the current system has been built on giving priority to the powerful versus the weak, the rich versus the poor, and the majority versus actually a group of a minority elite versus the majority. So people who don't have the money, who don't have the power and the material means cannot receive certain services. This is what we have seen. And I'm also talking about those particularly who are on the periphery of societies. They have been left to their own fate. But thank Allah, in Turkey, we are one of those countries who were hurt the least by the pandemic, and we have provided comprehensive support schemes to our citizens. So we have in Turkey really passed this test successfully, and we did not leave alone even a single individual in our country. And we also helped out 125 different countries. Now, Hayr nas man yanfe'un nas, i.e. the most auspicious of humans is the one who assists others, is our motto. So we have shared our means with no discrimination. And instead of using international means and borrowing loans from international organizations, we have used our own financial means. We have organized swap deals with central banks or other countries, which is based on a win-win type of scheme. So this is a kind of cooperation scheme we have come up with. And without compromising on our financial independence and without bringing our country into yet another totalitarian relationship, we have obtained the kind of liquidity that our country needed. Looking at the growth figures, which were announced recently for the first quarter of this year, which is 4.5% of the growth rate, we see that Turkey stands out among other countries not only in health but also in the economy. During the second quarter, we did have a contraction due to the precautions of the pandemic, but still, for the remaining part of the year, we do see a promising picture economically. And we're not taking into account the assessments of credit rating institutions who have stopped being objective and credible. And once again, in other words, we will disappoint scaremongers like we did many times in the past. As a matter of fact, our tourism production and trade has started to revitalize thanks to going back to normalization recently. Turkey's success in managing the pandemic has increased interest and attention in and to our country. And hopefully in the coming future, we are planning to come out of this crisis even stronger. Dear guests, in Turkey for a long time now, we have been underlining the fact that the global system needs to be reshaped. The global system has to be replaced with another one, which is more justice and compassion oriented. The current system is based on ambition, domination, personal interest, and financial interest. Now, a Western professor actually has said something which, for us, I think summarizes the character of the system. He said, we became rich because the continents and other countries and continents became desolate for us, he said, because, he continued, people died for us. Indeed, in spite of all the richness there is, every 10 years there are repeated economic crises. So obviously there is now a need for restructuring. The global financial crisis in 2008, it showed us the kind of predicament of the current economic system, which is based on only interest and on winning no matter what. Now, the financial system, which normally is supposed to contribute to an increase in welfare and to production, today has started dominating economic activities. Normally, we have to come up with the other way around, because currently we see an unsound and unsustainable type of financial sector, which does not support the economic system. It's in fact the other way around. There is excessive financialization as well. As a result of this, there is this obese economic model which doesn't take into account societal and human costs involved. The opposite of what was promised has in fact played out. I mean, as a result, there is this huge, ever huge gap among different countries. We see new financial crises which extends into the entire economy and the real sector, which in turn creates huge armies of unemployed people. This is a crooked structure. Instead, we have to come up with something which is human-oriented, which glorifies labor force, which is against unjustified enrichment. So, taking all this into account, Islamic economics and Islamic finance is the model we need. That's the key to an exit out of this system. And we need to have a new system which is based on a risk participation. As you know, technology is ever advancing, and together with that, new fintech practices are becoming more widespread in the world, together with Islamic financial tools. And at the same time, Islamic financial institutions, which work according to a loss and profit understanding in mind, they now meet the needs of millions of people who don't want to get involved with the financial interest system. So these institutions have also recently got the attention of large communities because they have recently been successful in economic shocks. According to the UN Trade and Development Conference, there is now $3.9 trillion of a total need for investment in developing countries. Taking into account the current level is only $2.5 trillion, obviously there is a huge deficit, a huge need. And I believe that such deficit can easily be eradicated with the role of participation financial institutions, and they can actually be leaders. And we need to have a more widespread use of these new tools, instruments such as Sukuk, for example. Of course, it doesn't only fall on the shoulders of politicians to implement this. You, universities, scholars, also have to take a part in this. All of us together, if we fulfill this responsibility, I believe new windows of opportunity will open up in front of us. Dear friends, in Turkey, within the last 18 years now, we have taken many important steps to integrate into our financial system alternative models which are based on a participation model. In 2002, the share that Islamic financial institutions got from the entire picture was only 2%. Actually, it was even less than 2%, but thanks to our efforts, we brought this up to more than 6.3%. And there is some research which shows that there is a potential in our country which can take this percentage of their share up to 20% within the bigger picture. And hopefully we will catch that rate and figure by 2025. And again, with the support of our state, our government, participations, the rate of participations which act on such a model have increased to 6% within the larger picture. In 2005, the asset size of participation financial institutions was only 10 billion liras. By the March of this year, it had already increased to 319 billion liras. And also, we established a number of different participation-oriented institutions. For example, in 2015, it started off first in Turkey with Ziraat participation, which was later on followed by Vakıf participation and the Turkey real estate participation system. And also, in the capital markets and insurance sectors also, we have covered a lot of ground. And the Turkish Treasury now also issues sukuk in addition to other similar products. Now, we're also fighting within the G20 in addition to the Organization for Islamic Cooperation within the Islamic Organization as the term president, we have been promoting to eradicate obstacles in front of such systems. And we're trying also to turn Istanbul into an Islamic finance and economy center. So, the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance, I hope, will prove to be auspicious. And once again, I would like to congratulate everyone who have contributed to organizing this conference. And I would like to extend my best wishes to you all. I entrust you all to God. Thank you.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, teşrifleriniz bizler için çok önemliydi. Zat-ı devletlerine bir kez daha konferansımızı onurlandırdıkları için teşekkür ediyoruz. Evet değerli konuklar, şu anda saatime bakıyorum. Saat 3'e 20 var. Programımız daha sonra oturumlarla devam edecek. Yine birbirinden değerli isimleri hem video konferans yoluyla ağırlayacağız hem de burada fiziken değerli görüş ve önerilerini dinleyeceğiz. O zaman bir çay kahve molası verelim. Değerli Rektör Hocam da. Saat 4'te burada tekrar görüşmek ümidiyle. Hoşça kalın. Efendim şunu da hatırlatalım. Biraz önce Pakistan Ekonomi Bakanı Dr. Abdul Hafeez SHAIKH'in konuşmalarını dinledik. Yaklaşık 5 dakika sonra YouTube'dan da bu konferans canlı olarak yayınlanıyor. Kendilerinin video konferans yoluyla siz değerli katılımcılarımıza bir mesajları olacak. Yine YouTube kanalımızdan izleyebilirsiniz. Sağ olun.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Dr. Mehmet BULUT, Rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure and an honor for me to be a part of the opening ceremony of the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, especially Dr. Mehmet BULUT, for inviting me to join this prestigious forum. I would also like to sincerely appreciate the efforts of the university for organizing a very well thought out program for this conference and for bringing together experts in the area of Islamic economic and finance from all over the world. This event is happening in the backdrop of an unprecedented crisis related to the coronavirus. The whole world has been affected, and according to the IMF, the global GDP is going to contract by 3 to 4%. We in Pakistan have also been affected, and our GDP has taken a hit of about 3%. Also, our exports and remittances have been adversely affected, and industry and retail trade and manufacturing sectors have also suffered. We have tried to respond by offering an economic stimulus in which we have transferred cash into the hands of about 16 million families. At the same time, we have tried to provide different ways of helping our businesses by giving them liquidity, subsidized loans, and incentives so that the economic impacts are not as negative as they would be otherwise. I want to say that it is a pleasure for me to be a part of an event that is being held in Turkey. Pakistan and Turkey enjoy a very cordial and special relations. These relationships cover the areas of politics and trade, commerce, and above all, an attachment of our people to each other's countries. We have still a lot of work to do to try and promote our business-to-business relationships and to try and galvanize our economies to work even better together in the future to improve the close relationship that already exists and to further deepen our relationship in trade and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very confident that the knowledge and expertise shared in this forum will contribute significantly towards enhancing collective understanding and expanding the boundaries of our understanding and to benefit from the huge potential of Islamic finance to overcome the crisis we face and to stimulate sustainable economic growth. The development of Islamic finance in its present form can be traced back to the decade of the 60s. It is still relatively new as compared to conventional financial markets. However, it is growing rapidly, and the extension beyond Muslim majority jurisdictions reflects its much wider acceptability as a viable alternate and complement to conventional finance. According to the Islamic Financial Services Board, the Stability Report 2019, the Islamic finance industry stands at US $2.4 trillion. Moreover, Thomson Reuters Islamic Finance Development Report mentions that there are around 1,400 Islamic finance institutions across more than 60 countries. In addition, dedicated academic, legal, regulatory, and supervisory institutions are providing a solid platform for development. The growth of Islamic banking and finance in Pakistan coincides with the global history of Islamic finance. We made attempts in the 1980s to bring the whole banking and financial system in conformity with Sharia principles. The pioneering works of the 80s, especially in legal and regulatory fronts, have been a source of guidance and inspiration for many countries that initiated Islamic finance. Islamic banking was relaunched at the start of this millennium, since the attempt to transform the whole banking system during the 80s had limited success. This time, the methodology was modified to allow both Islamic and conventional banks to coexist, with customers having the option to do banking with the system of their preference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great sense of achievement that I share with you that the new approach has worked very well. The base of the Islamic banking industry is growing, and its share in the overall banking industry is also increasing. At present, the Islamic banking industry in Pakistan has 22 Islamic banking institutions, which include 5 full-fledged Islamic banks and 17 conventional banks with Islamic banking branches. These institutions are providing a wide range of Sharia-compliant products and services through their network of around 3,250 branches in 120 districts across the country. In addition, conventional banks operate 1,375 Islamic banking windows. Overall, Islamic banking has a 15% share in terms of assets of the banking industry, while the share has reached nearly 17% in terms of deposits. This remarkable growth in Islamic banking reflects the combined efforts of its stakeholders on supply side, but it also represents the overwhelming demand for Islamic banking in the country. The State Bank of Pakistan, our central bank, has also played a leading role in nurturing Islamic banking and placing it on a sound footing. Our comprehensive and multi-tiered Sharia compliance framework, designed to ensure Sharia conformity of Islamic banks' operations, is considered one of the best, and our central bank has been voted thrice as the best central bank for promoting Islamic finance by the Islamic Finance News of RED Money Group, Malaysia, in 2015, 17, and 18. The government of Pakistan believes in the potential of Islamic finance to contribute significantly towards economic development. And we have included Islamic finance as an integral part of Pakistan's national financial inclusion strategy, which targets both voluntary and involuntary financial exclusion. The National Financial Inclusion Strategy complements the targets set forth in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of poverty reduction, inclusive economic development, and shared prosperity. In my view, Islamic finance is most relevant to the SDGs and the Global Development Agenda for 2015 to 30, which require extraordinary mobilization of resources for implementation. The risk and reward sharing embedded in Islamic financing modes not only has the potential to enhance the allocation of resources in the real sectors of the economy, but it also tends to become a good tool for wealth distribution. In the same way, the inherent advantage of the Islamic financial industry to fund projects on the basis of equitable participation and profit sharing between financiers and entrepreneurs enables it to increase provision of formal financial services to unserved and underserved sectors such as small and medium enterprises, agriculture, low-cost housing, and microfinance. Therefore, to increase the outreach of Islamic finance to priority sectors, Islamic banking institutions in Pakistan have been assigned indicative sectoral targets, especially for SMEs and agriculture. Affordable housing and its related infrastructure has become the special focus of our government in the backdrop of the coronavirus. This is primarily because of the sector's potential to create employment and its many backward linkages. This is an important development since the housing industry provides an attractive opportunity for Islamic banks. In fact, Islamic financing constitutes a major share of housing finance in Pakistan. On the other hand, to promote and utilize Islamic finance, the government of Pakistan has not only issued domestic sovereign sukuk, but has also floated 4 international sukuk worth $3.6 billion. Interestingly, all international sukuk were oversubscribed, indicating a lot of demand for Sharia-compliant instruments in the international market. In view of Pakistan's experience, I would urge this forum to further explore the possibilities of using the instrument of sukuk to generate resources for development. I would also like to highlight the emerging trend of ethical and green sukuk in the global arena. We must all appreciate that the issuance of green sukuk by Indonesia and Malaysia is a very welcome pioneering step, and that has opened up new vistas for investment by Islamic banks, with the added advantage of environmental preservation. I would say that as the stakeholders in the growth of Islamic finance, we should all make collaborative efforts to introduce dynamic structures catering to the needs of both investors and market demand for Sharia-compliant resources. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, Islamic finance also has its deficits that need to be carefully worked on to ensure real, inclusive, and sustainable development. Most importantly, the area of microfinance largely appears to have been ignored by the Islamic finance industry. To remove this gap, the industry needs to bring further innovation and sophistication in the products to meet the diverse needs of the microfinance sector. In this context, I would like to use this forum to emphasize the urgent need for joint collaborative research with a special focus on Islamic microfinance. Furthermore, recent developments in financial technology, fintech, have introduced new business models and solutions that have potential to contribute not only towards operational efficiency, but also in providing digital financial services to customers. Though fintech's penetration into Islamic finance is still in its early stages, the potential disruptions to traditional Islamic finance cannot be underestimated. We must therefore also work on integrating the new and emerging models with the principles of Islamic finance. I'm sure you would all agree that the deployment of fintech cannot be more urgent than in the present situation of the COVID-19 pandemic. As such, the Islamic finance industry needs, in a concerted way, to address this very important issue. Ladies and gentlemen, as I draw towards a close, I would like to re-emphasize the need of increased collaborative research and development to capitalize on the inherent strengths of Islamic finance. Remarkably, Islamic finance offers a viable alternative to the debt-driven conventional banking infrastructure. For this purpose, the Islamic banking industry must strive to develop the capacity to tap strategically important sectors and create value for their shareholders, depositors, and their country's economy as a whole. For example, by introducing innovative risk-sharing products and services rather than replicating conventional risk transfer products. Most importantly, Islamic finance institutions must develop synergies through cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships across borders. It is equally critical for governments of Muslim states to promote and facilitate the efforts of Islamic financial institutions. This can be done, for example, through creating an enabling regulatory environment by consistent implementation of the Basel III and Islamic Financial Services Board frameworks. Number two, ensuring that systemic risks and dual banking systems, that is conventional and Islamic, are addressed. Three, implementing cross-border monitoring supervision. And four, harmonizing Sharia governance through efforts to unify cross-country Sharia rulings about Islamic finance. In addition, high-quality experts are required for collaborative research and enhanced cooperation through knowledge sharing, exchange programs of faculty and students, and contributions in research journals of good standing would also be necessary. I therefore want to say that we must work together and coordinate closely to achieve the broader objectives of enhancing growth of the Islamic financial industry, both at the regional and a global level. I'm looking forward to the recommendations that will emerge out of this prestigious forum. This is an event at a timely occasion, and I think there is a need not only to come up with practical solutions, but also to work together to implement them. Once again, I want to thank you for inviting me, and I want to wish you all the best in your proceedings.
Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive, and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESRIC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical databank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity-building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, SESRIC follows up, evaluates, and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, SESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. SESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. SESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. SESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, SESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, SESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and SESRIC as facilitator. SESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, SESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, SESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future, a future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet BULUT and I am the Rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the 7th conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these 2 conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the 2nd time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.
Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESRIC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical databank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical officers of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity-building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, SESRIC follows up, evaluates, and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, SESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. SESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. SESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. SESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, SESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, SESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and SESRIC as facilitator. SESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, SESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, SESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future, a future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet and I am the Rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science, and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdul Aziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the 7th conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these 2 conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents.
And our President Recep Tayyip Erdoğan has given a speech to our online guests and guests in the hall. And now we will have 2 more sessions. We will have invited speakers both in physical and online form.
We have 5 speakers in first session. Every speaker has 10 minutes for his speech. The honorable speakers are kindly requested to obey the rule, which is about time. Thank you. Evet, ilk olarak İslam Kalkınma Bankası.
First of all, I'd like to invite the Vice President of the Islamic Economic Development Bank.
Yes, sir. Yes, I would like to ask Mixer console. IQBAL, Mr. IQBAL is ready? Yes, okay. We have technical problem on a live broadcast. We will continue other speaker. Secondly, President of Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, Dr. Ahmad HASNAH will address us. Yes, sir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شركة حافظ الدكتور محمد بلوط رئيس جامعة صفا.
I am the rector of. I'd like to give thanks to dear academicians, dear invited speakers, and salute you all. As Hamad bin Khalifa University, we are we would like to thank Professor Dr. Mehmet BULUT for hosting this wonderful conference, the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. As Hamad bin Khalifa University, we are open to all sorts of collaboration in Islamic finance, and we are open to all sorts of collaboration.
As of year 2019, there has been economic recessions and crises worldwide. International we have seen the moment that we need to revise and we need to change our point of view about the world economics. And as COVID-19 arose, there is a huge pressure in the economic field. And due to this epidemics, due to this pandemics, there is a lot of vulnerability and difficulty in terms of ethical, health, and social and economic principles. So we have a long-term point of view, and we want to rediscover and take into consideration once again this field, which needs a sustainable system, but at the same time, conscience. And this conference can shed light on how we can have more conscience. In 1970, when the first conference was held, it was held in Mecca, and it was basically answering this huge need in this field. And as a matter of 40 years of efforts, it gave a basis for a new discussion. Those who take part in the political decision mechanisms and ourselves, the academics and the students, we want to look in terms of an Islamic point of view to the question of sustainable development for real economy. So in this conference, we're taking into consideration the sustainable economy. And in this respect, the communication between our economical systems, we are in need of putting forward new innovative solutions for the real economy, and in order to tackle the problems that are impeding sustainable development for real economy. As the Islamic world, in the light of the ethical principles, we can shed light on the civilization that's catering to the whole world, and thus we need to form a sustainable, wholesome, a new economic model. On the services of Islamic financial systems, the government of Qatar is one of the leading countries, is one of the leading governments in terms of sustainable financing, and its industry is based on Islamic economics, Islamic finance. And as an academic institution, we're making a lot of researches in this field, and we're training a lot of students. And these students might one day take part in the political decision mechanisms. So we are trying to contribute to shaping this political decision mechanisms. And we are giving trainings on expert topics on Islamic finance. And at our research centers as well, we are continuing our researches on Islamic finance. I'd like to salute those academics that will be serving in this field, that will be contributing their efforts in this field. Commerce and finance, commerce and economics. The future requires a more integrated economic system, especially when we take into consideration the innovations in the digital field, and it's making it compulsory. This requirement is the case in all fields, be it media to the Islamic finance, and in this new age, at the legal level and at innovative levels, we need to collaborate, and we need to form new mechanisms. Governance, technological advancement, sustainable development, and environment are all fields that are awaiting our help in the light of our principles, and we need to serve models in those fields. And we are putting efforts in the field of academics in order to make our contribution to the field of Islamic finance. All the institutions that work in the field of Islamic finance are increasing their efforts because we are fighting against poverty. We want welfare and sustainable development for all, and that's the basics of our point of view. In this regard, the sustainable development in terms of Islamic finance is allowing all our institutions to form their principles and work based on those principles. In our institutions, we are making all the efforts possible because this is what is required in order that Islamic finance becomes a part of the real economy. This is the effort that we need to make. And our institutions need to be able to contribute to the solution of the problems in the field such as the climate changes and economic problems. And we have to provide long-term solutions, and instead of conventional production models, now we need more effective, more efficient models that can create added value. And that's the only way that we can serve as models to the society. The government of Qatar has always supported the Islamic finance system, and they're trying to serve as an important basis for the Islamic finance system. So among their policies, there is a huge support for Islamic finance, but unfortunately, not all of these subsidies and supports have been used efficiently until now, because we are facing important challenges, especially in terms of international politics. We're facing important challenges. And thus, these problems are more than what we can tackle at our academic institutions. That's why we need collaboration. We need collaborating with the institutions that work in this field. Both the Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University and the other universities need to collaborate, and I will be honored to take part in such a collaboration. Us, being the actors of the Islamic world, we have to put forward a model of the Islamic civilization's point of view as putting human at the center of its values, I do believe that we shall be reaching those targets, and I do believe that we shall be contributing to reaching those targets. I salute you all.
Now, Vice President of the Islamic Development Bank, Mr. Professor Dr. Zamir will address us via video conference. Yes, sir. Yine daha sağlıklı bağlantı yapabilmek için. Evet. Biz diğer konuklarımızla devam edelim arzu ederseniz.
Let's continue with the other guests because we have had a technical problem.
Dr. Omar, Hafeez, President of International Association for Islamic Economics from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Professor Mabit Al-Jarhi will deliver to his address. Yes, sir.
العارفين وإمام العالمين ومعلم الأولين والآخرين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
I salute you all in the name of
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I'd like to start with thanking Dr. Bandar Al-Hajjar, President of the Islamic Development Bank, Professor Dr. Mehmet, BULUT, Rector of the Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Professor Dr. Sami Al-SUWAILEM, Director General of the Islamic Research and Training Institute, as well as many unknown soldiers who have strived so hard to make this conference possible. It's also my honor and privilege to speak on behalf of Professor Dr. Omar Hafeez, the current president of the International Association of Islamic Economics. Unsurmountable circumstances have deprived us of enjoying his presence with us today. It is especially delightful that we have been privileged of the hospitality. We have been privileged with the hospitality of this historical and beautiful city of Istanbul that occupies a special part of the heart of every Muslim. For the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics. We also recall with utmost pleasure the time we met in this great city for the 9th International Conference. We sincerely believe that what will be accomplished in Istanbul would be exemplified by everybody everywhere else. We also know that the Turkish policymakers are seriously considering to benefit from the several Islamic economic ideas in the reconstruction of their economy to make it more sustainable and less prone to instability. It has become increasingly clear that the more we approach an Islamic economic system and the farther we stay away from market capitalism, the more we protect our economies from the vicissitudes of Western economies. The persistence of neoclassical economics, despite repeated failure of market capitalism, is reminiscent of their self-congratulatory assessment of what they have mistakenly called the Great Moderation, which directly preceded the Great Recession of 2007. While the talk of an imminent crisis has been around last year, to the extent that many Western economists were about to declare the arrival of a new recession, the COVID-19 has provided a convenient cover-up for the current recession. We can therefore declare a double crisis. The first had already started before the pandemic, and the second is currently walking hand in hand under the COVID-19 catastrophe. The lessons of the Great Recession must not be forgotten. At the time when Barack Obama was assuming office and George Bush was leaving the White House, the largest giveaway in history until then was arranged by both of them to bail out the rich creditors and leave the poor debtors without support. Debt and pure risk trading that have been the greatest source of instability and contagion has been ignored. However, as Islamic economists, we will not ignore the source of the problem, and we will continue to offer our paradigm as a plan of reform. Not only that we would call for the reform of neoclassical economics and to save it from its own fallacies, we also would like to show that market capitalism has failed humanity by ignoring equity, sustainability, and even a reasonable level of efficiency. It has been a struggle since the first international conference in Mecca, which integrated the discipline of Islamic economics as a distinguished branch of economics. The series of these conferences has been the result of persistent efforts of the many Islamic economists who rejected the received doctrine of neoclassical economics and believed in a better alternative. Many contributions have been made as a result of the continuous efforts to crystallize the Islamic economic ideas, and much progress has been done in applying the Islamic finance paradigm. Excuse me. On the theoretical side, serious doubts have been articulated regarding the concept of stable equilibrium, popularized by the neoclassical school, but drastically failed on the empirical side. As market capitalism has been suffering from repeated crises for more than a century, on the same theoretical side, Islamic economists have been able to present a new macroeconomic structure for an Islamic economic system, aided by numerous theoretical analogies to support the dismantling of the current highly inadequate arrangement with a substitute that would prove more stable, equitable, and fulfilling. However, a positive response from the public sector to the recommendations contained in the Islamic economic message, in the Islamic economics message, has yet to be seen. Concerning the paradigm of Islamic finance that has been jointly constructed by both Sharia scholars as well as Islamic economists, it has become seriously endangered by its continuous convergence to conventional economics. Unfortunately, policymakers continue to take a neutral position while looking the other way. Such an attitude requires a frank and active discussion between policymakers as well as Islamic economists. In the case of Islamic financial instruments requires a special reform, as the way Sukuk has been issued has become another door of convergence to conventional instruments. Finally, the structure of Sharia governance, based on the dominance of Sharia scholars, of Sharia boards, has been unable to make a difference, as convergence to conventional finance has been equally obvious in countries regardless of how sophisticated Sharia governance is. Another challenging issue is raising new generation of economists who master the analytical approach in place of the common textual approach that has been evolved by our pioneers as a start. The formation of this new generation of Islamic economists must be geared to produce technicians who can have a rational dialogue with both policymakers in Muslim countries as well as Western and Western educated economists. In the academia, the scientific approach pioneered by Muslim intellectuals, starting with Ibn Rushd and Ibn Tufayl, must be repossessed by Muslim scholars and revived to expose the serious inadequacies from which the received new classical doctrine suffers. We can do more to expose the failure of new classical economics and to provide more realistic analysis that would guide us to the benefits of mankind, especially when they are rational as well as and well-argued justifications for Islamic economics that, when well presented, become more obvious to the unbiased analyst. We can finally say that our successors are not yet, our successes are not yet exciting, and our challenges are still exhilarating. This means that the struggle must continue and the efforts must be multiplied. The International Association for Islamic Economics promises to keep faith and stay constant on the path until we reach our goals. I reiterate our thanks to the organizers and do thank our distinguished audience for their patience. May Allah guide us to fulfill our mission and grace us with His support. Wassalamu alaikum wa ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Yes, we thank Mr. Al-Jarhi for his speech. Evet, teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi söyledik size de değerli konuklarımız. Teknolojinin nimetlerinden faydalandığımız gibi bazen dezavantajları da ayağımıza takılmıyor değil. Bunları mazur görmemiz gerekli. Kahire ekseriyeti muhteşem bir organizasyon geçiyor. Aynı zamanda bir hafta sürecek olan organizasyonda.
This organization will last for 1 week, and we will be reaching out to our audience through video conference and more. We couldn't establish a healthy connection with esteemed IQBAL. Now we're trying again. Professor.
Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Let me start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, respected Professor Dr. Mehmet BULUT, Rector of Istanbul Zaim University, dear organizers, dignitaries, and fellow participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. It indeed gives me a great pleasure to be with you today, though not in person, for this very important 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance, themed at the Sustainable Development for Real Economy. First of all, I would like to convey salam and high regards to all the dignitaries, participants, and the organizers of this conference on behalf of Islamic Development Bank Group and its president, His Excellency Dr. Bandar Al-Hajar, who unfortunately could not participate in person due to prior commitments. I'm very pleased, I'm very happy to see this event taking place in Istanbul and particularly at Zaim University. I have very fond memories of Istanbul and beautiful campus of Zaim University, which I indeed miss much. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has derailed the progress towards sustainable development goals. Therefore, I would like to share my thoughts on the challenges of COVID-19, sustainable development, and the role of Islamic Development Bank. As you know, pandemics, wars, revolutions, and catastrophic natural disasters have been game changers and responsible factors in creating new world order throughout the history. The COVID-19 pandemic is fast becoming one of those world-changing events. Whereas these events pose serious and existential threats, they also offer opportunities for fresh thinking. The COVID-19 crisis is essentially a health crisis, but it has spilled over to become a global economic crisis. It has not only shown the importance of the health sector to sustainable development, but also the fragility of human beings and the brittleness of human life. The global nature of this crisis has made it very hard to recover from it in the short term. It is no more a series of idiosyncratic shocks that can be diversified, but a systematic shock such that all countries and all economies are facing a similar situation at the same time. Economic crisis are also spilled over to become a financial crisis, whereby the financial institutions, the markets are facing uncertain situations and loan defaults, resulting in credit, liquidity, and funding shortages. While we are optimistic about the fast recovery, another wave could become more fatal. Now, given the serious economic impact of the crisis on the global economy and on our member countries, Islamic Development Bank Group acted very swiftly to launch a strategic preparedness and response package to support our member countries mitigate the impact of this crisis. Our response package of $2.3 billion adopts a holistic approach focusing on short, medium, and long-term needs. The package comprised two main components. First, the health emergency response, and the second, sustaining and reviving the economic and social sector, and aims to support member countries' efforts to prevent
to prevent, contain, mitigate, and recover from the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The response package is designed under the 3Rs framework. These three R's stand for respond, restore, and restart tracks, and where the technology playing a key role at each stage. The respond track provides immediate support by focusing on strengthening health systems and dealing with emergency needs, building capacity in production of testing kits and vaccines, and building pandemic preparedness capacity. The restore track focuses on medium-term actions through financing trade and SMEs to sustain activity in core strategic value chains and ensure continuity of the necessary supplies, mainly to health and food sectors and other essential commodities. Finally, the third and the restart track will deliver long-term support to build resilient economies on solid foundation and catalyze private investment by supporting economic recovery and growth. Our financing is tailored to the country needs in addressing health emergencies, sustaining and reviving economic and social sectors, and building resilience in the country in responding to outbreaks and pandemics in the future as well. We are committed to investing in research and development and providing technical assistance for the development of innovative solutions to prevent and contain the pandemic. Science, technology, and innovation is, of course, to play a major role in helping fight the rapid spread of COVID-19 by fast-tracking and scaling up the development, production, availability of diagnostics, medicine, and vaccines. We are also using our reverse linkage program to share lessons, best practices, and technical expertise from other member countries in strengthening the response and management of COVID-19 pandemic. Our group entities have come together to support private sector in response to the crisis and to minimize its impact on SMEs to sustain economic development. We have launched the COVID-19 Global Coordination Platform enabled by blockchain technology to support the member countries in the fight against pandemic. The online platform will ensure greater efficiency, transparency, and better governance. It will allow strategic partners to share relevant information regarding their responses, the needs, actions, and to see first-hand project end-to-end supply chain. The platform will also help the bank mobilize much-needed financial resources. Going with the new developments in science, technology, and innovation, Islamic Development Bank has launched a new call for innovation under the Transform Fund with a special allocation of $1 billion to encourage innovation relevant to address COVID-19 and for mobilizing global partnerships on COVID-19 related technology solutions. To summarize, IsDB is employing all financing tools such as grants, soft loans, technical support, line of financing, trade finance, investment insurance, capacity building of private and public sectors, and activities related to economic empowerment in order to combat the pandemic and to set the member countries back on track to achieve the sustainable development goals. I'm very pleased to share with you that the assistance commitment reached $1.86 billion for 27 member countries by mid-2020. Going forward, so let's see where do we go from here. Of course, much needs to be done. We are at the crossroads of making major decisions affecting our future generations. I believe that three factors would play a vital role in this respect. First, tackling this global crisis requires a globally coordinated response that goes beyond the usual ways in which financial and economic crises are handled through domestic monetary and fiscal policies. Second, making the private sector a serious partner in sustainable development. And finally, third, not the least, taking the core principles of Islamic economics and finance seriously and provide the fresh thinking which is lacking at this time. Let me elaborate on each very briefly. The depth and the scale of COVID-19 crisis is beyond anything we have experienced in the modern history, or at least in my lifetime. It is beyond the capability of any single institution or country. Therefore, the need for effective collective action is now stronger than ever, not only to mitigate the global health and economic impact of this pandemic, but also most importantly to prevent the situation from turning into a global social and humanitarian disaster of
We thank to Mr. İkbal for his speech. Evet, devam edelim değerli konuklarımız.
Let's continue, esteemed participants. We will be hosting our fourth speaker. We'll be hosting him by video conference. Let's wait for a while. If you are to make a technical connection, reconnection.
Development banks and the International Monetary Fund. During the meetings, he emphasized the importance of having open dialogue, particularly at times when member countries expect leaders to provide the most impactful response to health, economic, and financial challenges caused by this pandemic. Also, he emphasized on the MDBs to collectively showcase their crucial roles and contribution in supporting the countries to achieve the SDG under the 2030 agenda. Also, under the presidency of G20 by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, ISDB is playing a vital role in building consensus among MDBs on critical issues such as debt sustainability and debt service suspension initiatives. ISDB also called a meeting of heads of Arab coordination group institutions. The meeting resulted in the allocation of $10 billion to developing countries to support their efforts to recover from the recession caused by the corona pandemic and its repercussions. We believe that these international collaborations will be vital to improve social development of member countries, control the pandemic, and rebuild resilience of the countries. Let me now turn to the second factor. Economic crisis initiated by COVID-19 pandemic is now termed as the deepest global recession since the Second World War. The global GDP is expected to contract by 5.2%. The world trade volume is also expected to contract by 13.4% this year alone in 2020. A recent World Bank estimate of poverty is that under their baseline scenario, the COVID-19 will push 71 million people into extreme poverty, measured at the international poverty line of $9,190 per day. Out of these, 32 million will be in South Asia and 26 million in sub-Saharan Africa, the regions where most of the IDB member countries belong. These estimates offer a bleak picture of the future of many underdeveloped countries in getting back on track on sustainable development goals. Due to limited fiscal space of developed countries, availability of aid funding is limited, while the developing countries have even greater fiscal and debt sustainability challenges. At the same time, the resources of MDBs and their ability to mobilize funds from markets are limited. Therefore, it is very important that we need to convince and make a very strong case to the private sector to become a serious partner in development, as MDBs and the public sector cannot meet the challenges of sustainable development goals. The private private sector needs to play its part in alleviating poverty and in promoting sustainable development. However, as we know the challenges faced by the private sector to come and take the risk in the emerging and the developing countries, there is a need for the developing countries to strengthen their institutions, to strengthen provide the investor protection, and as well as make sure that the governance is good enough to attract private sector. Now, finally, let's see how Islamic finance can play a critical role. It may be noted that even before the pandemic, the global debt had touched unprecedented, unsustainable heights. According to Institute of International Finance, as quoted by IMF, in November 2019, about 250 trillion of global debt, which included government, corporate, and household debt. This was 3 times the global GDP. Now, these debt levels are much, much higher than they were before the 2008 and 2009 financial crisis. The situation during COVID-19 has further aggravated that debt has become 3.25 times the global GDP by early 2020. Therefore, any solution to combat the present crisis should be devised in a manner that does avoid creation of further indebtedness of individuals, businesses, societies, and countries. Fiscal space for the most developing countries has already shrunk, with no capacity for further borrowing, and are facing serious threats of debt sustainability. Now, present crisis is different from global financial crisis of 2007 and 8, and the subsequent sovereign debt crisis of 2010 to 2019. The global financial crisis was a crisis generated by the factors endogenous to the conventional financial system, exacerbated by the positive feedback loop of risk transferring based on the debt creation, debt enhancement, and debt diffusion tolerated in the conventional financial system. That also added the extreme complexity in the financial system, which created an inverted pyramid where the small real economy was creating a huge financial system. Compared to that, present crisis is an exogenous crisis. However, the interconnectedness of global supply chains and synchronized lockdowns across countries have created similar snowball effects on the local economy as well as the global economy. Non-conventional measures are needed, which are adequately found in the core tenets of Islamic economics and financial system, and can help through its, first of all, prohibition of risk transfer and the creation of debt and leverage, and other rules that control the disconnect growth of finance separated from the economic activity and separated from the real economy. In addition, the provisions of safety nets, inculcation of cooperation of risk sharing that provide support during the economic downturns. In addition, Islamic finance and economics are for ethical and responsible finance, which is needed very much at this time. To summarize, Islamic finance has a huge opportunity to make a very strong case as it advocates the risk-sharing solutions, not based on the debt risk transfer, but on the risk sharing. It provides the risk-sharing solutions to put the economy on track, while Islamic social finance provides for developing strong social safety nets, and Islamic morals and ethics appeal to human compassion and cooperation to play an important role in meeting the challenges, especially to alleviate poverty and meet with the development goals. However, the results would not come just by wishful thinking, but by formalizing and creating strong institutions for each aspect mentioned here for the market, non-market, and the moral dimensions. Now, towards the conclusion, I would like to share with you, let me conclude by saying that the world is fast changing its direction. The post-COVID world will be very different. We have to understand, adjust ourselves, and adopt to new conditions and realities, which will soon become the new norm. We have no choice but to change. We must be ready and rise as the leaders for the tomorrow to make even bigger difference in the lives of our people. This provides a huge opportunity for Islamic finance to provide an alternative solution to a very serious problem. The Islamic Development Bank Group will continue to show our leadership and work together with the global development community to devise and implement solutions to support our countries, especially the ones that are suffering the most. With this, I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to address, and I hope the conference will bring out the theoretical and practical aspect of Islamic finance fit for the era of the fourth industrial and technological revolution in the post-COVID-19 world. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We thank to Mr. IQBAL for his speech. Another speaker, Mr. Fadi FARASIN, Assistant Director General of SESRIC, will address us. Yes, sir.
Brothers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to start by conveying the warm regards and best wishes of our Director General, Mr. Abdul, who could not be with you today due to special circumstances. And I have the honor to deliver on his behalf his speech in the opening session. Indeed, it is a great pleasure for me to address this august gathering and distinguished audience on the opening ceremony of the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. We, as SESRIC, have the honor of being partners in organizing the 8th, 9th, and 10th version of this conference. And this year, we have the honor to be a collaborator in organizing the 12th version of this prestigious conference. I would like to extend my deep appreciation to the co-organizers, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, the Islamic Development Bank Group through its Islamic Research and Training Institute, Hamad bin Khalifa University, the International Association for Islamic Economics, and the Participation Bank Associations of Turkey for the continuous support and efforts they made to ensure the success of the conference. In addition, I would like to congratulate all the authors of the papers that have been accepted for presentation at the conference, particularly the young researchers who are still in their postgraduate programs. Excellencies, distinguished participants, sisters and brothers, the series of this conference, the first of which started in 1976, is among the most prestigious academic events in Islamic economics and finance discipline. Over the last 4.5 decades, the series of this conference has made significant contribution to conceptualizing the theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance through research and intellectual dialogue. It marked the renaissance of Islamic economic and finance as a modern scientific discipline and showed that this discipline has the potential of emerging as a new paradigm. As a platform for dialogue and discussion between academicians, researchers, graduate students, policymakers, and practitioners, the conference contributes significantly to the process of mobilizing quality policy-oriented and basic research in the field of Islamic economics, banking, and finance, with a focus on issues related to sustainable development, growth, equity, and stability. And by doing so, the conference plays a significant role in enriching the literature and the agenda of contemporary research in Islamic economics and finance, and thus promotes the official global recognition of Islamic economics and finance as a modern scientific discipline. In this context, it is worth noting that today, the role of this conference gains more importance than ever before due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has devastated economic activity and pushed the world economy into a recession as bad as or even worse than in 2009. Under these dire circumstances, there is an urgent need to mitigate the impact of the outbreak and guide economies to recovery post-COVID-19. Islamic finance, with its inherent orientation towards supporting the real economy, is well suited to play a key role. For example, the financing of equipment, vehicles, and other sources of livelihood and trade finance are key mechanisms by which Islamic banks and financial institutions can support recovery. Aligning their financing activities with the Sustainable Development Goals is a significant opportunity for Islamic banks. Sustainable Development Goals aligned sukuk can be an important source of long-term capital for governments and companies engaged in the COVID response and recovery. And what if endowments can, in many cases, be important contributors to long-term resilience. Excellencies, distinguished participants, sisters and brothers, Islamic finance has rapidly transformed in the last decade to become internationally recognized and accepted as a competitive and robust form of financial intermediation by all communities. The global Islamic industry first reached the $1 trillion USD mark in 2009 and stood at 2.3 trillion USD at the end of 2016. It is forecasted to reach 3.8 trillion USD by 2023, averaging annual growth of 10%. Yet, the expansion of Islamic finance industry to serve different and wide-ranging global communities and its integration into the global financial system are still to be tested by the risks and developments in the international financial system. In order to enhance its capacity to address the increased risks and vulnerabilities in the evolving international financial environment, Islamic financial service industry should strive to achieve higher levels of growth and greater integration into the international financial system. On the other hand, in practice, there are still serious concerns on the conversion of Islamic financial system into a conventional one. In this regard, serious efforts should be made to ensure the realization of the institutional and policy aspirations of the original Islamic economic thinking. In particular, to ensure that the fundamental of Islamic economic and finance support the process of mobilization and allocation of funds to generate and produce productive real economic activity based on profit-loss sharing principle. All in all, there is an urgent need to review and evaluate what has been done so far over the last 4.5 decades since the first international conference on Islamic economics, which was held in Mecca al-Mukarramah in 1976. In particular, a critical evaluation is needed on what went wrong, especially in the emerging field of Islamic banking and finance, as an alternative paradigm to the conventional economic and financial system. In this context, the series of this conference is expected to draw attention two areas where efforts should be made in the spirit of setting an agenda for future action. And in doing so, the conference should be considered as a distinct opportunity for all of us, researchers, practitioners, and policymakers in the field of Islamic economics and finance to deliberate, among many other important issues, on how we can develop a framework for facilitating the Islamic financial system to take its deserved place in the global financial arena. It is a responsibility that we cannot escape. Excellencies, distinguished participants, sisters and brothers, as is clear in the program of the conference, more than 130 papers will be presented and discussed during the following 6 days under the main theme of the conference, Sustainable Development for Real Economy. Extensive deliberations and discussions will be conducted on various important issues related to this theme. I believe that your participation and contribution are crucial, and that the outcome of the conference will be instrumental in enriching the literature and practice of the Islamic economics and finance. I wish you all a great success in your conference, and I pray Allah Almighty to help all of us and guide our steps to achieve the prosperity and welfare of the Islamic Ummah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We thank to Mr. FARASIN for his speech. Distinguished guests, the last speaker in this session, on behalf of Dr. Sami AL-SUWAILEM, Dr. Salman Said Ali will deliver to his speech. Yes, sir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نحمده ونصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد. Distinguished guests on the virtual stage, Dr. Zamir, the Vice President IDB, Dr. Ahmad HASNAH, President Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar, Dr. Mabid Ali Al-Jarhi, representing International Association for Islamic Economics, Representative Mr. Nabil Dapoud, Director General SESRIC, the distinguished guests, online viewers, and dear fellow participants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all on this 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. ICIEF, the Director General, IRTI. He wanted to convey his salams to all the audience on this occasion. Dear participants, as you know that Islamic economics and finance has progressed in many dimensions since its nascent start. Its official recognition came with the first international conference on Islamic economics, which was held in Makkah al-Mukarramah in 1396. It was 1976, and it was a landmark event that led to the creation of Islamic Economics Center at the King Abdulaziz University. Another milestone was the establishment of Islamic Research and Training Institute, that is IRTI, in 1401 Hijri, that is 1981. The momentum that the conference created was much larger and wider than anticipated. The creation of the School of Economics at the International Islamic University, Islamabad, and later the creation of Islamic economics curriculum at International Islamic University, Malaysia, were all aftermath of this initial event that set the ball rolling. Islamic economics and finance gained prominence over the years and attracted many researchers and students to it. It won the recognition among finance practitioners more than the economic practitioners and policymakers. The creation of standard-setting bodies in the for Islamic finance accounting, for Sharia matters, for financial regulations is a testimony of adoption of Islamic finance in practical life. However, there is also a realization that many of the noble objectives of the mission are yet to be achieved. Meanwhile, the mainstream economics failed to account for and explain the recent crises and major turmoils facing the global economy. Islamic economics and finance have substance and values to contribute to the global stability and welfare, to uncover the hidden undercurrents, and to get engaged in the practical realization of its lofty objectives. For this reason, IRTI has moved its knowledge creation, horizon formation, and solution delivery activities to a higher level, focusing on the use of technology, systems creation, development solutions, using Islamic principles and human development. All this is done in-house and in collaboration with our external partners. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know that the COVID-19 pandemic has spilled over to become an economic crisis that is imposing great losses on the societies. However, it has also accelerated technological adoption and innovation. Islamic economics and finance can contribute in devising ways and means to reduce the loss inflicted by the economic crisis. At the same time, it can take advantage of the fast adoption of the technology to make its point in delivering Islamic principles-based solutions through the use of new technologies. Many things that were not possible or very costly to implement in abiding Islamic economics and finance principles are now becoming feasible to implement through the new technologies. The conference theme, Sustainable Development in the Real Economy in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, augurs well with the new developments. I hope that the new generation of economists, finance professionals, and social scientists will make the discipline of Islamic economics and finance to new horizons and to new heights. With this, I welcome all the conference participants and presenters who are attending and contributing with energy, with zeal, and initiatives for the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance, which is taking place online. This itself is a demonstration of new adaptations by the participants. Research and organizing institutions of this mega conference deserve recognition and appreciation. With this, I thank you all and conclude. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yes, we thank to all of you for your participation and attendance in first session. Mr. IQBAL, Mr. HASNAH, Mr. Al-Jarhi, Mr. FARASIN and Mr. Ali. Evet değerli konuklarımız yine devam edelim.
Distinguished guests, let's continue, right? Now we shall continue with the second and last session of the day. Now in terms of proceeding with the principles of social distancing, I shall be leaving the stage to our invited speakers, Professor Dr. Mehmet, BULUT shall be speaking, shall be moderating this session, and we have very distinguished guests. Mr. Mehmet Ali Akbar, the president of Turkish Regulation, Banks Regulation and Monitoring Association. And now, to moderate this session, I am going to invite Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut, the Rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. I shall also be introducing to you our speakers. The President of the Central Bank of Turkey, Mr. Murat Ulusal, shall be with us, and also Vice President of the Finance Market Association shall be with us, and also the President of MÜSİAD, Mr. Abdulrahman Khan, shall also be with us. Thank you very much. Distinguished presidents, I don't want to take too much of your time, so President of our Central Bank, Mr. Murat, President of BDDK, President of the SPK, and President of the Banks Association and President of MÜSİAD are with us. So at the beginning of my speech, I'd like to thank all of our invited speakers for being with us. This is a very important Congress. In such a Congress, it's an honor to be with such distinguished guests. They are, so to speak, the highest authorities in their fields, especially they are the implementing authorities. We, the academics, we are more on the theoretical side, but we are researching it, we're writing about it, but it is them who are working in the field and who are facing the challenges and who are leading the practice and implementation of those. So now they are together with us, and it's very important for us to be with them at the moment. And this can be considered our first session, because the first sessions were actually official opening sessions, but from this point onwards, now it's the time where we shall be talking about the business with utmost detail, and throughout the next week, academics and the experts shall be discussing with us this process. And this Congress is the first of its kind to be realized in this manner. So this is, we have taken over such a responsibility in this historical period. So we have gathered in this fashion due to the COVID-19 pandemics, but of course there is a port where this COVID-19 is leading us, which is basically telling us this can no longer go this way, where COVID-19 has confined us all to our houses. We have sat down and thought that nothing shall no longer be the same as before, but ourselves, for the system in the world, for the global system and for the economic system, we think that nothing shall be like before. But after this observation, of course, we have great responsibilities. We have huge responsibilities, and those responsibilities involve the point of view of one to life, to gender, to human, to objects. So it's basically the relationship between human beings and everything around them. So to loving the people is done through loving the objects, but the system in marriage says the people started loving the objects but using the people as if they are objects. So this is basically the principles of the modern economics. We can start from the time where the Homo economicus paradigm came to the fore, whereas actually humans need to be in the center, and we need to have a human-centered economics, a human-centered approach in economics, and with a new system where COVID-19 is suggesting us a new system where we are at peace with all the beings around us. So I don't want to take too much of your time, so the first speech shall be done by the president of our central bank, Mr. Murat Uysal. So please, what would you say about the money politics and the central bank? I hope that this conference will be beneficial for all the participants and ourselves. Before starting my speech, I'd like to mention the name of Professor Dr. Sabri Orman. I'd like to commemorate his name and our condolences. As Omar stated, the Islamic economics needs a lot of information, and I have seen that this conference has been prepared on the basis of that information that is required. And so I'd like to thank Professor Dr. Mehmet, the Rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, as well as all the participants, and as well as putting forward this program that puts together many elements of economics that we are facing today. First, I'd like to talk about the role of Islam in the global finance system, and then I'll talk about the participation of our country in this global system, and then I shall talk about the importance of the Islamic economics in sustainable development, and at the end I will talk about the methods that we have taken for mitigating the COVID-19 effects. Although there has been many advancements in developing countries, there are many challenges, and this is asking for a new sustainable finance models. The ideal is to finance both the infrastructure and the private sector, and thus incentivize new resources for public financing. Islamic finance has an asset-based finance structure, and in addition to that, a good financial infrastructure and mitigating the inequalities of assets is putting the Islamic economics in the front line. The fund managing markets have shown an incredible increase, and as of 2019, 2.44 trillions of US dollars have been its volume, but its share in the global finance is only 1%, so we can see what kind of a potential, what kind of a huge potential it has. Islamic economy, finance sector is based on banking, but the share of the market is about 30%. And as for geographical distribution, Malaysia and the Gulf countries have been basically in the focal point of this distribution. So this shows us that we need to have more of a divergence in the distribution of this wealth. We have seen that many advancements have been made. The sharing finance sector prior to 2005 had not advanced as much due to the lack of assets. But as of 2005, certain regulations have been made, and as of 2013, with the BRSA, all the shareholders in the sector have published a report, and they have basically put forward new suggestions for development goals. And in the 10th development action plan, it was the 7th target, the improvement of the sharing-based finance system. When we come to the year 2020, we see that the sharing associations have increased. The finance institutions, profit-sharing investment institutions have increased their presence. In the year 2005, the active share was 2%, whereas in the last 2 years it has increased about 20%, and as of March of 2020, it has reached 6.5%. The Turkish Central Bank, in terms of the light of the regulations, it is contributing to the public finance sector. Central Bank is doing the liquidity management, assets, deposits, and necessary deposits. And they are doing new regulations, taking into consideration all these elements. After 2011, in the year 2013, the central bank has facilitated the open finance management system. And with the new advancements, the profit-sharing finance institutions have been facilitated the access to the system, and thus all the profit-sharing institutions have had an easier liquidity management procedures, and thus a necessity for the profit-sharing institutions have been met. As the profit-sharing institutions are taking bigger roles, they started to increase their swapping transactions. So the golden swap transaction limit have also been increased. Those institutions also are doing the sales of gold for foreign currency, and as in December 2019, the profit-sharing institutions have also been apart, and in February 2020, the necessary transformation have been made, and thus those profit-sharing institutions are also apt with the principles of Islamic finance. And The institutions that work in Islamic Islamic finance are also our partners. Our bank is one of the founding partners of the Liquidity Management Association of Islamic Finances, and they are issuing sukuk, and we are the founding partners of them along with 9 other banks. They are being used as guarantees. They are being sold in the second markets, and they are being used as guarantees. And this is many regulations for interest-free finance need to be made, and this is what we see as a matter of those efforts. Our central bank is a member of the Islamic Financial Services Association, and the profit-sharing finance system is supporting the sustainable growth, and it is also giving the priority to growth, and it doesn't give a place to the transactions with high leverage, and this is hugely important for the financial management. In order to make the system known better and in order to increase its potential, we need to make more efforts. The role of the profit-sharing investment institutions need to be known more, so more training activities need to be incentivized, and this will be contributing to the advancement of profit-sharing investment system. And thus, more assets will be a part of the financial system, and thus the financial markets can deepen. And thus, raising awareness and raising the confidence in the sector is one of the aims of our strategies. We need to think of all the dimensions of profit-sharing system, and the infrastructure that is needed for the profit-sharing system needs to be formed together, and it needs to be taken into consideration in a holistic manner, and thus we can mitigate the critical and difficult sides of the system. It needs to be taken into consideration in a holistic manner. In order for the development of the financial system, these researches need to be done by the academics and by the participants of the private sector. The increase of the interest of the academics in the Islamic economics will also advance our sector. One of the important conditions of becoming one of the actors is to increase the capacity and develop the capacity of our employees. So the human resources need to be increased, and well-educated human resources need to be increased in that field.
Uzman ve araştırmacılığın yetiştirilmesi sektörün uzun vadeli büyümesini destekleyecektir. Değerli konuklar, konuşmamın bu bölümünde içinden geçtiğimiz olağan dışı döneme ve bu dönemde aldığımız parasal tedbirlere ilişkin kısa bir değerlendirme yapmak istiyorum. Salgın hastalığın dünya genelinde hızla yayılması, küresel ticaret ve iktisadi faaliyette belirgin bir yavaşlamaya neden oldu. Salgının ekonomik etkilerine ve normalleşme sürecine ilişkin yüksek belirsizlik ortamı küresel büyüme görünümünü önemli ölçüde zayıflattı. Bu süreçte tüm dünyada merkez bankaları faiz indirimleri, varlık alımları, likidite adımları ve kredi destek programları gibi olağanüstü genişleyici politika tedbirleri aldı. İçinden geçtiğimiz normalleşme döneminde tüm dünyada hızlı bir toparlanma sağlanabilmesi ve salgından en fazla etkilenen hane halkı ve firmaların desteklenerek farklı kesimler üzerindeki maliyetlerin en aza indirilmesi önem taşıyor. Salgın hastalığın ekonomileri birçok farklı kanaldan etkilemesi, makro ölçekteki para ve maliye politikalarının yanı sıra ihtiyaç sahibi iktisadi birimleri doğrudan hedefleyen ve sektörel etkileşimleri dikkate alan çok yönlü mikro politika uygulamalarının da kritik önemine işaret ediyor. Önümüzdeki dönemde ekonomilerde oluşacak hasarın tespiti ve normalleşme hızına bağlı olarak destekleyici politikaların süresi ve boyutuna ilişkin ciddi belirsizlikler bulunuyor. Gelişmiş ve gelişmekte olan ülkelerde daha önce eşine rastlanmamış büyüklükte tedbir paketleri açıklanması, salgın sonrası dönemde bütçe açıklarının genişleyeceği, kamu ve özel sektör borçluluğunun artacağı, küresel faiz oranlarının ise uzun bir süre düşük seyredeceği bir görünüme işaret ediyor. Bu süreçte politika adımlarının etkin kaynak yönetimi anlayışıyla hedefe yönelik ve geçici nitelikte olması, salgının olumsuz etkilerinin sınırlanması ve genişletici politikaların olası yan etkilerinin önüne geçilebilmesi açısından büyük önem taşıyor. Merkez Bankası olarak bu dönemde uyguladığımız politikaları da bu çerçevede değerlendirmek gerekiyor. Son dönemde aldığımız parasal tedbirler, ekonomide üretim ve finansal istikrarı destekleyerek bu dönemin en az hasarla atlatılmasını amaçlıyor. Koronavirüse bağlı gelişmelerin olumsuz etkilerini sınırlandırmak için finansal piyasaların, kredi kanalının ve firmaların nakit akışının kesintisiz ve sağlıklı bir şekilde işlemeye devam etmesi önem arz ediyor. Bu amaçlar doğrultusunda bu süreci ve etkilerini yakından izleyerek sistemin artan likidite ihtiyacını karşılamaya ve reel sektöre kredi akışının kesintisiz devamını sağlamaya yönelik zamanlı, hedefe odaklı ve öngörülebilir adımlar attık. 17 Mart 2020 tarihinde Para Politikası Kurulu toplantısında aldığımız faiz indirimi kararı ile birlikte salgının ekonomik etkilerini sınırlandırmaya yönelik uygulamaya koyduğumuz ilk tedbir paketini kamuoyu ile paylaştık. Bunu 31 Mart ve 17 Nisan 2020 tarihlerinde duyurduğumuz ilave tedbirler ile Nisan ve Mayıs aylarındaki politika faiz indirimleri izledi. Bu dönemde Türk lirası ve yabancı para likidite yönetiminde esneklik sağlamak amacıyla finansal kurumlara gün içi ve gecelik vadedeki hazır imkanlar çerçevesinde ihtiyaç duydukları tüm likiditeyi sağlamayı taahhüt ettik. Reel sektöre kredi akışının kesintisiz devamını teminen finansal kurumlara hedefli ilave likidite imkanları tanıdık. Ayrıca bu süreçte belirlediğimiz limitler dahilinde DIPS piyasasındaki devlet iş borçlanma senetleri piyasasındaki likiditeyi desteklemek amacıyla adımlar attık. Bunun yanı sıra varlığa dayalı menkul kıymet ve hipotek teminatlı menkul kıymetleri teminat havuzuna dahil ederek sermaye piyasalarının derinleşmesini ve finansal kurumların kaliteli teminat getirerek kullanabileceği likidite imkanlarının çeşitlenmesini hedefledik. İhracatçı firmaları desteklemek için sağladığımız reeskont kredilerini de belli limitler dahilinde ve teminat karşılığında kullanıma sunduk. Geçen dönemde işletme sermayesine yönelik kredi ihtiyacının bankacılık sistemince etkin bir şekilde karşılandığını gördük. Bu nedenle Türk lirası cinsi reeskont kredileri için tahsis edilen imkanın 20 milyar Türk lirasının bankamız mevzuatı çerçevesinde ülkemiz açısından kritik önemde olan selektif sektörlerdeki yatırımların desteklenmesi amacıyla daha verimli bir şekilde yatırım taahhütlü avans kredisi olarak kullandıracağımızı yakın bir zamanda kamuoyuna duyurduk. Bu adımla verimliliği yüksek, ithalatı azaltan ve ihracatı destekleyen yatırımların teşvik edilmesini, dışa bağımlılığın ve cari açık sorununun azaltılmasını ve sürdürülebilir büyümenin desteklenmesini amaçladık. Özetle finansal sisteme ve reel sektöre ihtiyaç duydukları likiditeyi uygun koşullarla sağlayarak finansal istikrara ve salgın sonrası toparlanma sürecine destek olmayı hedefledik. Böylece geçici salgın ortamından doğan etkilerin uzun vadede üretim ve istihdama verebileceği zararları en aza indirmeyi amaçladık. Nitekim ekonomide üretim ve finansal istikrarı destekleyerek bu dönemin en az hasarla atlatılmasını amaçlayan tedbirlerin finansal sektörün likiditesini ve kredi koşullarını desteklediğini, parasal aktarım mekanizmasının etkinliğini koruduğunu gözlemliyoruz. Saygıdeğer misafirler, önümüzdeki süreçte ülkemizin ve ekonomimizin ihtiyaç duyacağı kararları hızlı bir şekilde almaya ve alınan kararları etkili bir biçimde uygulamaya devam edeceğiz. Salgın hastalığın olumsuz etkilerini en aza indirmek için Merkez Bankası olarak elimizde geniş ve güçlü bir araç seti bulunuyor. Bu dönemde parasal duruşumuzu enflasyondaki düşüşün sürekliliğini sağlayacak şekilde belirlemeye ve elimizdeki bütün araçları veri odaklı bir yaklaşımla fiyat istikrarı ve finansal istikrar amaçları doğrultusunda kullanmaya devam edeceğiz. Sürekli vurguladığımız gibi fiyat istikrarı ekonomideki belirsizlikleri azaltarak ekonominin büyüme potansiyelini destekleyerek sürdürülebilir büyümeye katkı sağlamakta, sağlıklı
in economy so that we can develop in a sustainable manner. As I'm ending my speech here, I would like to thank all the participants, starting at Sabahattin Zaim University, and everyone who made contributions. And I hope that this will be a fruitful conference for all of you. Thank you so much. We would like to thank to our esteemed President. Thank you so much for his speech. And if we are talking about Islamic economy and Islamic finance, we can say that this is about what should we do. First of all, human resources and academia collaboration plays a crucial role, and he also touched on the fact that in the COVID-19 era, in the upcoming decades, we will be seeing and sustainable development and stability will also be playing a crucial role, he said, and he also touched on some measures. We would like to thank him for his speech. We have followed you, really, we really followed and took notes carefully, deliberately, and as we are listening to your speech, and they are also following you from 7 continents online. Yes, I would like to share this for all the participants. I would like to thank you to esteemed President. We will also be addressing the questions if you get any questions. Now we will be giving the floor to our second speaker of today, and he is here. He is from Banking Regulation and Supervision Agency of Turkey. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Esteemed Rector, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And first of all, Sabahattin Zaim University is a pioneer in terms of these conferences, is hosting these type of conferences, and is really an expert in this sense. Today, I would like to thank you for the contributions to you and to your university. And I would also like to greet everyone who is watching us online and all of the people who are here in this hall with us today. As you already know, this is the 12th gathering of this conference, and I wish and hope that we will be celebrating many more, and I hope this will be beneficial to the system and it will be making contributions to Islamic finance and economy. When we talk about economy and finance, of course, we can see that it's all the crossroads. All roads lead to the same place. They are coming from the same source. For that reason, we can say that with food, or maybe we can see we have mentioned lots of other industries. It's really impossible not to touch other industries. Due to this COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that economy is in on the agenda all over the world. Yes. And in the world, we can see that a lot of countries have been impacted in various ways. We are witnessing the situation, and I hope that we will be ending this process in a healthy way. I hope we will be seeing better days as a world, and that's my prayer. In our world, we have seen that in 1983 in our country, first that was the year when participating banking started in the name of the private banking system, private financing systems. And we have seen that they had the active sum of 10 billion, and now we have seen that it's reached to 360 billion Turkish liras with a stable growth, and it also increased to 2.4%, and it increased to 6.5%, and I can really say that it really surpassed 6.5%. When we take a look at the financing to the sector, it increased from 6.5 to 181 billion. And it also increased in terms of capital 24.6 billion Turkish liras in 2005. It really had 292 branches, and it really employed only 5,465 staff, and it increased its branches to 1,100, and it increased its staff to 16,000 of personnel. So when we take a look at these numbers, these figures, we see that this is really promising for our future. We can say that for the last 1 year, all the financial institutions have emerged in a growth of 20.6% of growth, and the participating financing institutions has increased by 40%, and the conventional banking sectors have increased by 22 or 28%, but the participating financing sector has increased by 40 to 60%. In only 1 year, we have seen the loan, follow-up loan, it increased from 4.4 to 6.6, and in participating finance sector, it really decreased to 4.4. We can say that in the year on year, we can say that the conventional finance institutions, there is a fallback, but in participating finance sector, we have seen 57 branches, and there have been 561 more employment in. So that means we have contributed to the sector as well as the employment. This is a very positive development in the recent years due to, in spite of all of the problems that we're facing today, we see that there's a chance for growth in this industry. Well, we talk about the performance of the participatory finance sector with the contributions that it has made to the real economy. It is more significant. By May 22, we see that they're financing 34.5% was SMEs, but this was in the last year conventional financial institutions. The loans, SMEs, it were only 24%, but the participation banking increased from 12% to 34%. In a global sense, when we take a look, participating finance sector has increased in 2019 year-on-year growth. It increased from $2.19 trillion to $2.44 trillion. In terms of its volume, we can say that our country has become the ranking 7th with $63 billion. So this is really interesting, $63 billion esteemed participants. Due to the crisis of the banking crisis in 2001, all the banks of Turkey, this was the volume of the active volume of the banks in Turkey. So this is a coincidence. When we see the subcomponents of the participating sector by the end of 2018, we have seen that it increased by 22% and it reached to $47.9 billion. And in terms of participating banking, where in terms of sukuk export, our country was one of the first ranking countries. It became 4th actually in terms of sukuk exporting. And we have seen the increase rather than public sectors. We have seen private sectors. This has impacted more exports. In terms of participatory insurance, we have seen that in 2018, in terms of generating premium, compared to the world, it increased by 3%. But in the world, we have seen that it increased by 69%. In terms of our vision, economic vision of 2023, the active growth is expected to increase more than $100 billion. And we are expecting that the participating financial sectors pay share will be more than 15%. As our central bank president mentioned, our development plan, our 10th development plan, the participation finance sector, Istanbul financial sector transformation is a main component and it should be developed. This is a main target for us. Within this respect, we have defined 4 politics. One of them is the betterment of the perception of the financing, participatory financing, and also enriching the literature and human resources, and also developing the infrastructure and reformation, legislative formations. These are the main topics. Within the respect of these policies that we just defined, this should be implemented by an organized team, and we should be making R&D, research and development studies, and we should be setting a different branch in banking regulation supervision agency, and they are working full-time for that reason in that agency. So this contributed a lot to the newly found 3 participatory banking institutions. And we have seen that this perception of the participatory banking system should be improved. So, first of all, we as the participatory banking system associations should be working on this, and they should be also organizing conferences, congresses, workshops. They have done all of these organizations, and nevertheless we can see that in April 2017 they issued this magazine. As the associations of these participatory banking systems, they found its place in public, and they improved the respect in the eyes of the public. So they introduced, and they continue these studies of presentation and advertisement. As we can say that this is a university, this is important in terms of human resources. We have seen that there are lots of improvements. in terms of religious studies and as well as the economic studies. They should be excelling at both, these people. So, for that reason, we should be meeting these needs. For that reason, religious studies departments and economy departments, we see that a lecture that's called participatory banking financing is included in the course. In terms of participatory finance, we can say that it is operating in 10 universities. This branch is an academic branch, is operating in 10 universities. This is a very good development for us. And we can say that in two universities, there are undergraduate studies in Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University and Konya Karatay University. Both two universities are giving undergraduate studies opportunities about participatory finance, and in addition to this, we see that there are 14 postgraduate studies, and in terms of PhD studies, we see that there are 7 programs. These contributions are really important, as we have discussed with our professor at the cover break. Human resources. Human resources play a crucial role, not just in this field, but also in other fields. We should be making a huge investment. This is where it all begins. We shouldn't be forgetting about this. In this sense, what have we done in addition to all these? Let's take a look. As we said, we formed an advisory board. This advisory board about Participation Financing Institutions Association. Yes, they continue their services at the Participatory Financing Association. And as the policies that we have around interest-free system, we formed this advisory board. After that, we also formed as a holistic approach, they issued a regulation by Banking Regulation and Supervision Agency, and they secured their regulations, and their regulations about institutions were defined about participatory financial institutions. They also made amendments in the regulations, and their usage of funding, they analyzed and they were included in the regulations of our country. SIBAFI, IOFI, IFSB, all these types of institutions, we organize some meetings and collaborations. And we have seen that IOFI standards were translated into Turkish, and we issued this booklet with the title of Interest-Free System. For us to adapt to these systems, we can say that adopting the standards is taking place gradually. Within this sense, within this respect, we can say that IFSB's participatory financial sectors, financial principles, we have seen that by the Article 17, we are focusing on adopting this article. Of course, we wouldn't like to keep those waiting, and I would really like to skip some parts. In terms of the working conditions and principles of the participatory financing, we can say that we have seen some increase. By 2018, this participating finance sector, its share increased to 4.1 in the market. When we take a look at international standards, we are looking for developments. As we have mentioned, in addition to this, we have seen that in the 11th development plan, we have been looking for ways to make some transactions of the commodity and the goods. We will be making sure that there are some platforms in order to make these transactions, as TRIP and Central Registering Institution and Istanbul Reserving Bank and Barter Bank, also Istanbul. We can also say that stock market, Istanbul stock market and Istanbul finance market, we see this action plan, and we are also working on developing this umbrella of the goods, and this is also one of our main objectives to increase the varieties. The thing that we would like to say that the important part is that only when we consider only participating finance sector, no, this is not really possible for us to develop this way. We have other parts. We have also insurance part. We have stock market part, and they should be supported by all these. For that reason, we really are looking forward to a new architecture of the finance, which is based on production, which really supports and incites production, and this will be our new model, and we are working on different fields. And in the ultimate period with COVID, we have seen that as Banking Regulation and Supervision Agency, we have made up to 50 regulations amendments. We continue very actively. Maybe we can say that lately, in the recent years, maybe the changes are so fast. Why? It's all because of the COVID process that we are undergoing. All the enterprises and the companies, and this is we should be actively coordinating this and managing this so that we see the wheels of the economy should be functioning in order to support employment. This is really important, and of course, as Banking Regulation Supervision Agency, we contributed to this. At the same time, with our partners with central banks and with also capital banks and other partners, we are always working in coordination and collaboration. As you know, we have a fast food culture in the world. Live fast and interfere fast. On the public side of this event, we can say that in terms of interfering, we can say that the developments are moving fast. This was really important. Maybe COVID helped us to be taking these actions urgently. Maybe we should also be looking for ways to be more interactive. We have seen this in the world. I think maybe it is one of the lessons that this era taught us. And I would like to greet everyone, every participant. I hope we will see healthy days. I hope we will be meeting again soon in better days. Thank you so much. I would like to thank to our president, really. Esteemed Mehmet Ali has portrayed us about the finance, participating finance, and also showed us the role of the Banking Regulation and Supervision Agency's role. And in this process, we can say that human resources is really important, and coordination within industry is really important. He touched on these issues. It's not just about finance, as he has mentioned. It has a lot of different aspects. We can say that as university, we are responsible for bringing up people necessary human resources. And the upper authorities of the finance, we are together with all of them, and we see that they all have crucial roles, and that's what he mentioned. As all these institutions, we can say that we are always really working on different projects as universities. We are collaborating beautifully, and I hope that we will continue and will continue to do more, not just in our university, but with other universities we'll be developing. I'll be giving the floor to, of course, without keeping it more, keeping you long. After finance authorities, we will be getting to stock markets and capital markets. And let's take a look at this. And here we have Associate Professor Serhat Uluserer. He is going to deliver his speeches. The floor is yours.
Do you hear me? Yeah, we hear you perfectly. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished academics, distinguished participants. Benim kulağıma ses gelmiyor. And let me express the great pleasure I have with being with you here, and I salute all the participants. And I'd like to thank the Rector of Istanbul Zaim University as well, and I'd like to thank all the shareholders. And also I'd like to commemorate Zaim, who has given his name to this university. And also I'd like to commemorate Professor Dr. Sabi Orhan, and my condolences to his loved ones. Distinguished participants, we are going to be talking
Bunun uygulanması ve uygulanmasının cihan şumul küresel etkisi ve önemi hasebiyle dünya ekonomisinin içinde bulunduğu durum, son yıllarda yaşadığı problemler ve şu anda gelmiş olduğu noktaya da temas etmek ve buradan İslam moral ekonomisi, iktisat felsefesi ve İslami finans enstrümanlarının sunabileceği çözüm yollarına değinmek yerinde olacaktır. Dolayısıyla mevzu bahis olan bu konulardan kısaca bahsettikten sonra Türkiye sermaye ve finans piyasalarının konuyla alakalı olarak son yıllarda yaşamış olduğu dönüşüm ve barındırdığı potansiyele de kısaca değinmek isterim. Kıymetli konuklar, hepimizin bizzat şahit olduğu üzere yaşadığımız son küresel finansal krizin nedenleri 2008 yılından bu yana hem akademik çevrelerde hem de piyasalar tarafında tartışılmış ve halen de tartışılmaya devam etmektedir. Genel görüş, finansal piyasalara ilişkin düzenleme ve denetleme eksikliklerinin krizin ana nedeni olduğu yönündedir. Ancak büyük resme bütüncül bir bakış açısıyla baktığımızda yaşanan hemen hemen tüm ekonomik ve finansal krizlerin temel nedeninin yüksek boyutlardaki borçlanma ve kaldıraca dayalı ürünler ile doğrudan veya dolaylı bağlantılı olduğunu rahatlıkla görebiliriz. Hem küresel hem de ülkeler boyutundaki finansal krizlerin son 40-50 yılda hızla artmasının ve tabiri caizse bulaşıcı bir karakter kazanmasının bu dönemde hızla artan finansallaşma olgusundan bağımsız olarak ele alınamayacağı kanaatindeyim. Bu konuda yapılmış birçok yayın da vardır. Bunlardan akademik titrim de olması hasebiyle bahsedecek olursak, finansal krizler hakkında yaptığı çalışmalar ile literatüre ciddi anlamda katkılar sunan Reinhardt ve Rogoff da ister bankacılık, ister döviz kuru, isterse kamu kaynaklı olsun, tüm finansal krizlerin temel nedeninin özellikle kısa vadeli borç yükündeki artış olduğunun altını çizmektedir. Kaldıraçlı ürünlerle birlikte
yüksek borçlanmaya dayalı bir finansal sistemin ürettiği bu krizin ardından konjonktürel çözümlere ve politikalara odaklanılmış ve krizin üzerinden 10 yılı aşkın bir süre geçmiş olmasına rağmen içinde bulunduğumuz Covid sürecinden bağımsız olarak söylüyorum, dünya ekonomisinin tam anlamıyla toparlanamamış olduğunu da görmekteyiz. Önerilen konjonktürel ve tabiri caizse palyatif çözümler ve politikalar küresel düzeyde reel sektörü istenilen seviyede canlandıramadığı gibi aynı zamanda küresel borç yükünü de 2008 yılından bu yana daha da artırmış ve 2008 yılındaki oranın çok üzerine çıkmasına sebep olmuştur. Bu durum reel sektör getirilerinden bağımsız biçimde merkez bankalarınca belirlenen faiz oranlarının bir yansıması olsa gerek diye düşünüyorum. Bilindiği gibi iktisat teorisi marjinal sermaye getirisinin finansal getirilere eşit olduğu bir varsayım altında ekonomik dengenin oluştuğunu söylemektedir bize. İçinde yaşadığımız ve sermayenin marjinal verimliliğinden bağını koparmış, sıfır, hatta negatif faizli bir ekonomik ortamda hem yatırımlar hem de tasarruflar olumsuz ölçüde etkilenmiş ve küresel düzeyde bir yatırım tasarruf dengesizliği ortaya çıkmıştır. Denilebilir ki
and lack of balance. So zero interest they argue that the mainstream economists argue that a zero interest rate will negatively influence the global economics, but this has basically put an obstacle to the development of global economics, and they have not offered a solution to this. So necessity, the system based on necessity is what we have to focus on here. So the beneficial and value creating system is the system based on necessity. So a necessity based financial system is indispensable for a sustainable development. It's a precondition that's indispensable for sustainable development. So in a financial system designed according to this principle, the instruments of the financial system need to find a wider scope of implementation, and thus between the financial markets and the real economy the ties will be strengthened. Dear past participants, the markets and the equity ratios, we see that they are providing a positive impact. We have to put forward that for a sustainable economic growth, the real economy, instead of the real economy understanding for the market should be for the real economy. So what do I mean here? So my purpose needs to be producing real economy. So all the financial institutions need to put forward policies that will facilitate this target. So they will do balanced risk sharing and such management principles, and only then they can contribute to the real economy and the management of real economy. Another point here is the financial markets that act independently of real economy have a negative impact on the imbalances of income. So when we look at the multiplying factor of Gini, we see that it has increased about 30%, and this is one of the important signs of this. Many researchers also have put forward that the first 10, the first 100, the first 1,000 numbers point out that a very small margin of the principal holders are much richer than the rest of the world. So how can we change this paradigm? We have talked about this, the moral and ethics dynamics, the Islamic finance instruments. Those can provide solutions to this perversion in the global economics. So in all the scientific activities that are being carried out in the whole world need to be seen as a reflection of those efforts. But it needs to proceed with the implementation phase, and thus such perversions, such negative impacts can be mitigated, and thus at the global and regional level, it will be the reason of more regional participation. So, I'd like to touch upon another topic that has a lot to bear on what we're talking about. We all know that the economic wealth, as a matter of the economic growth, there are certain measures taken. But apart from those measures, a real fair and more meaningful sharing ex ante measures also need to be taken. For example, the capital venture and the exchange commodity models and the sharing of losses and gains. All these approaches need to be incentivated. All these financial products that incentivate those need to be increased, and they have to find support. So such preventative economic measures and implementations can tackle with the imbalance of wealth throughout the world. And as a matter of those measures, at the point of reaching the capital, the impediments of the manufacturers will also be solved. All those have been said are on a par with the suggestions of the Islamic finance and Islamic economics approaches. So Islamic finance system can provide solutions to those problems, can be the solution itself. So Vatican, in their announcement after 2008, they have announced that the principles, the moral principles, the ethical principles of Islamic finance need to be observed by the Western world as well, and thus they might actually provide solutions to the global economic problems. That was the expression of Vatican. So the Islamic finance system, as we all know, with a simple definition, it is excluding certain interest activities, and it's mitigating and restricting the leverage products, and it is different from the capitalist finance, which is based on risk financing. So between the user of the capital and the holder of the capital, they are sharing distributing the risks in an equal way, and thus mitigating the systemic risks. Thus, this model is no longer exclusive to the Islamic world, of which population is over 2 billion. Now it has become a method for the rest of the world as well. So the services that are provided in this scope are increasing day by day, and this should be a sign that they are becoming widespread. So Islamic finance is taking a bigger space in the ecospace of economics. So we have to look at certain actual data. As ISSB, the Islamic Financial Services Association, Sukuk, the participation funds, and amount to, as of 2019, it's about 2.5 billion dollars. And the equities have not been included in this number. So when we include those as well, then it will amount to much bigger numbers. So the Islamic Cooperation Association has shown a performance higher in terms of growth, and their growth rate is about 3.4%. So a research done on this have shown that by the year 2024, the assets of Islamic finance shall rise to $3.5 trillion. Distinguished participants, I don't want to bore you with lots and lots of numbers, but even those numbers that we have mentioned are showing how an important place the Islamic finance has in the global economic world, and we have seen that this will be increasing. As for Turkey, parallel to the developments in the world, both in terms of supply and in terms of demand, we see that there's a huge potential. In terms of internal demand, interest has an important impact. Interest freeness has an impact. 25 of the participants in a research have shown that they prefer gold because it's an interest-free form of investment. And also for Turkey, the asset share equities in 1984 has been a turning point for those kinds of investments. When we look at the 36 years that we have that have passed, many efforts have been made in order to improve the Islamic economic principles, and the public supports and subsidies have been incentivized for those. And in the year 2015, the Islamic finance sector have provided its solutions to the global economic policymakers. Now, we hope that the Istanbul Finance Center project has two central themes. We want our country to become one of the centers of interest-free economies, and we want, and it means that our country will bring, it will bring our country prosperity in terms of employment and many other fields. In Turkey and also globally, in the Islamic finance assets, we see a huge share of the banking sector. 70.4% of those assets is those assets, and 26.5% is the share of the sukuk. So the Islamic insurance products amount to only 1.1%. So the present situation shows that this is not a desired outcome, and we need to increase and develop the capacity of the Islamic finance methods and solutions. And also the products of the stock and exchange, we see that in the year 2019, the assets of the capital market have shown an increasing trend, which has been the case in the last 10 years. So those data show that the market share is increasing each day, and it's very positive due to the reasons that we have mentioned formerly. Also, I'd like to say that Turkey is adapting parallelly to the developments in the global world, and it is basically implementing the Islamic finance strategies, especially the new market regulation as of 2013 has many new regulations that have provided solutions to the former problems, and it has found an international implementation, and it has found implementations for the sukuk kinds, the Islamic insurance kinds, and this makes us very happy. In addition to this, I'd like to give you some more information. For the issuing of the rent certificates, the stock exchange quotation tariffs have not been taken, and thus their attraction have been increased. And in the on 2020 February, the development banks and the investment banks will be able to provide interest-free services. So the rent certificates, which are at the center of the market, we have made an important advancement in making them a part of this system of Islamic economics. I have a lot of data, and our minister and also the president of the governor of the central bank and also chairman of the Banking Regulation and Supervision Agency has also mentioned those points. As of 2020 May, the stock of sukuk ratio to the internal debt is 15%, whereas the external debting is 7%. These numbers might look small, but the issuing of sukuk will be increased, and there will be certain elements of facilitating for the use of those sukuk insurances for the public sector, and new incentives are being planned at this stage. A window system implementation will also be the case in a short while. This has been announced. Another important information that I'd like to share with you in the Stock Exchange Commission regulations, when we look at the private sector data, $4.8 billion of the export has reached a 6 billion rate, and the private sector sukuk issuing is at the second rate in Turkey, and the conventional debt issuing has risen to 255.6 million. So the conventional debting ratio has risen to 18%, which means that the sukuk has a larger share in Turkish economics at the moment. Also, the real economy can use funds, direct funds, through the usage of sukuk, and this is one of the fundamental differences of Islamic finance with respect to other types of finances. So in the Islamic finance debt market, the increase of the real economy have to be taken into consideration as an important element. In 2006, the first participation fund was made, but Now Turkey has made a lot of advancements, very important advancements. In May 2020, the investment funds that are based on participation funds is 6.5 billion Turkish lira. So when we think of the numbers of the past year, we can see that it has doubled in size. Our minister have also mentioned all those numbers, the participation retirement funds and their share in the whole retirement funds have risen to 16.3%. So after sharing with you all these data, I have so many data, but as for now, I think these are enough. As you know, the Stock Exchange Commission and the Islamic finance principles have a very close connection in terms of long-term financing. So the products that are based on private equity are fields that both systems give a lot of importance to. Actually, I was frowning upon saying that, but there's an important thing that I'd like to focus on. One of the main instruments of the capital markets, konuşmacı, I cannot hear the speaker at the moment. Sometimes it has been mentioned that these are not Islamic, so the investors are keeping a distance from those. Unfortunately, I do not hear some parts of the sentence of the speaker. So, the same is the case. So, apart from the errors of implementation, because of its field of activities, a huge equity group are on a par with the participation standards, and we're happy to see that. Another important point, the equities, the Islamic equities are very different, are not very different from the conventional companies. When we look at the participation index at the stock exchange Istanbul, we look and the positive correlation factor is 93.7. What does that mean? It means that when the Islamic finance sector increases, it means the growth of the capital markets. So, as SPK, the Stock Exchange Commission, we are working together with the Islamic Finance Group, and we're trying to provide contributions to the sector, and this is one of the things that make me really happy. As the Stock Exchange Commission, we are also the president of several associations in this field. We have 36 cooperation agreements that are made with Islamic countries, and I'd like to say that one of the main topics of Islamic finance is this, and as Stock Exchange Commission we are open to all sorts of communication. And now I'd like to finish my words. As I finish my speech, I hope that this conference will be beneficial to you both theoretically and practically. And as I have mentioned, all these scientific discussions need to be implemented right now, and they have to give way. They have to basically be more present in the implementations. And I think I hope this will provide huge contributions to the system. I salute you all. Thank you very much. Mr. Talat, thank you very much. Especially as the capital market also becomes a part of the system, we see that the Islamic finance, Islamic economics have widened its scope greatly. And the participation, he has also informed us and given us suggestions about the participation in Islamic participation index. We need to do a lot more. So what we call the sharing economies, apart from those, the banking sector, the resources need to be allocated to the real economy in terms of equities. So the academia and the sector need to collaborate and cooperate on this level, and we have seen how important this collaboration is. Thank you so much, Mr. Talat. And now I shall invite Mr. Metin Özdemir, Chairman of the Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Also, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University gives an education in 3 languages, and it's the only one of its kind in this respect in the world. So it gives graduate programs in English, Turkish, and Arabic, and we have given our first graduates of our undergraduate program. And in the participation banks, as we see, Stock Exchange Commission, BD, RSA, BRSA, and all the real sectors are in huge need of human resources in that respect. So we have promised them all, and we have promised our students, when you graduate, you shall definitely be employed by one of those institutions. So I hope our students will be fully employed soon.
Thank you so much. Esteemed participants, I see that according to the notes that we have, everything that's possible to say has already been said. Of course, we have prepared many notes, but they have said before us. I will not repeat their speeches, and I would like to keep my speech short so that I won't be scaring people away. When we talk about interest-free financing system, as Turkey Participatory Banking Association, we are representing 6 institutions here, and we are supporting this work, distinguished work. When we talk about interest-free systems industry in the world, we see different actors getting into the play. We would like you to give some promise, because if they graduate, will they be employed? Just give them promise, because they're putting their efforts. Yes, our presidents, our directors, if they support us, of course, we would like to expand and develop participatory finance institutions. We will be opening new branch offices, and we will be employing more people. I will be very pleased to employ people who are graduate from this university in order to integrate them to the market. This will be our effort. We are all working in this field, and we have been through this. But we didn't have, back then, we didn't have, of course, university departments about Islamic finance departments. Everything was analyzed under the respect of Islamic finance, but now we see that many universities, they are making some studies about Islamic finance, and they are making new, putting new products. We see some new players in the markets and other financial institutions. We are doing whatever we can to develop this area, as we have said before. There is more and more interest for interest-free system in our system. Maybe if it's a method for us or it's a global issue, we can say that in the world it's also expanding in a fast way, and they are also trying to make some they're trying to make some formal regulations. I hope they will have a formal body and they will be represented here. When we talk about participatory banking system, the most debated topic is that, among the topics that we have discussed today, is that we have partnerships. When we talk about partnerships back in the day, the ancestors of the system, the monetary funds, there are some methods we can say that they are also implementing in that musharaka. That means the interest, profit and loss sharing wasn't established, but now in terms of participatory banking sector, we see some samples of it, but it's not really prevalent to see profit loss sharing. It's a little bit complicated to implement this. We're facing some challenges. For that reason, it's a little bit limited. Our participatory bankings are also working on this issue, and they are also establishing some funds for the entrepreneurships in order to help the entrepreneurs in their beginning years. They're trying to support them one-on-one. Musharaka system as Ziraat Katılım, we are implementing some solutions. We can say that we have three full musharaka. It's for both capital, participating in the capital, and the governance. There are some projects that we are putting our efforts in. Well, we can talk about different methods, and we can try different methods. We should be working on them. As a result, we are a participatory banking, and we have to do some participatory banking. This is our main responsibility. But when we talk about profit loss sharing, if we have the responsibility, we should be implementing in order to direct this. We should be working on some more effective methods. We are carrying out 3 projects. Maybe we will be increasing the number of the projects. Maybe we can make it 10, but we cannot make it 100. We cannot really coordinate all of them together with our banking. It will be complicated, and we should be finding different methods for that. And as our president of the SPK told us, there are some entrepreneurship supporting incentives, some small incentives that we would like to say. We would like to put the savings of the people back into economy. For that reason, our colleagues are working on this issue. We can say that 1 or 2 or 3 of the model participatory banks are working together. And we can say that there are some debates and discussions that we see in the participatory banks. They continue, especially about funding usage. We always find ourselves in a complicated issue. In terms of tevarruk, we see some implementations, and it's still debated, and we have advisory board about this. And we see that there are some standards about this. We continue. In the past, we can say that after 1980s, the emergence of the participatory banking, the monetary banks were the most densely used. In the 16th or 17th century, these topics were also debated. Interest-free system were debated. They were debating about tabarruk. They were harshly debating tabarruk. Shaykhul-Islam Ebu Suud issued fatwa and provided some solutions to this. And in our day, we see that this still continues. And we receive criticisms. We see some criticisms. Of course, it's good. It's beautiful. It is that we are walking around this. This is not always. We don't always use tawarruk method. In COVID-19 process, we can say that our companies, in order to save time for them, we kind of had to do that. It was used in terms of marketing, but we don't really prefer to use it for marketing. And one of our weak points is the advertisement. Yes, we don't really acknowledge and introduce ourselves, and we don't really think that our public knows about the content of this participatory banking. We are still striving to use social media about making people public conscious about interest-free system. Before this pandemic of COVID-19, we coordinated a very beautiful project with the support of our religious affairs directory, and we have seen with the preachers in our provinces, they have participated in the participatory banking system. They were the ones, maybe because their opinions are valued by public, valued by people. Those preachers, public orators, they of course had questions, and we wanted to clear the clouds in their heads, and we tried to organize this. We organized face-to-face meetings, and we have seen that. We have miles to go, and we have things to do. We have things to explain to people, because people have some information deficiency. We see that in the meetings that we organize, and I hope and believe that we will be overcoming these difficulties in the shortest period of time, and we will be contributing to the development of the interest-free system in our country, of course, the economy as the governance, with the collaboration of the universities, and with much needed regulations, with producing new products. We will be collaborating, we will be cooperating together at the same time. We see that all the technological developments, all the economical developments, in the face of all these issues, of course, we are preparing ourselves to this environment. This is providing the solutions. This is our responsibility. For that reason, we continue carry out our studies. And I would like to give the floor back. That's what I wanted to touch on. I'd like to conclude my speech by thanking all of the participants here. We would like to thank to our esteemed president. Of course, he highlighted some facts about Ottoman money funds with over a decade, with 20 colleagues. I think it is a most comprehensive study. We have carried out a study with 20 colleagues about Ottoman money banks. As the authorities of the economy, finance and money sector, I wanted to really present this work, but now I'm going to present them, but I will be delivering the other presidents later on. By means of this, I would like to say that he also mentioned Ebu Suud Efendi. I think these foundations, monetary foundations, starting with Indonesia and Malaysia, they are densely implemented. But when we talk about money foundations are beyond money foundations. For a week, we will be talking about Islamic finance, Islamic economy. It is the mentality of a Muslim world and reflecting on the material stuff, the goods, and everything else in the universe. And when we read it, we say, so talk about sukuk. Mr. Talat mentioned about Assam system back in the 18th century in the Ottoman Empire. He have seen some signs of it. Yes, this is a heritage. We say that this is a heritage for us. Yes, money foundations. This project that we have carried out, I hope that you will be interested and it will be in the service of the whole sector, and the area will be expanding and this will be contributing. Maybe we will be bringing 2 volumes of the work and we will be presenting. And now I would like to deliver the floor to President of MÜSİAD. And we have listened to money authorities, finance authorities. They collect the money, but how is the real sector operating, business people operating? How do they take money? Is it difficult? Is it complicated? How do we really continue murabaha, beginning with murabaha? Of course, they are using this. We can say that a real sector is also, they would like to see the cooperation in terms of mudaraba and mushareke. This is just an entrance for us, and we would like to give the floor to President of MÜSİAD, Abdurrahman Khan. I would like to greet esteemed participants and leaders of academic world, esteemed students. I am honored to be here with you in order to share the information. I am honored to be here together with you. May Allah be pleased with you. I'd like to greet you with the best of the greetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Before I start my speech, I would like to thank our late professor, esteemed Professor Sabri Orman. May he rest in heaven. Esteemed Rector, as you have said before, the last part, what are you operating on? And we will be replying that question. Esteemed participants, of course, in this process, I also listen to all of the presidents, but I'd like to say one thing here. I think we have also forgotten about some issues. When we talk about interest-free system, with the participation, I think it's an opportunity, and we're pleased to see that these topics are being debated in a conference. And as I came into position in MÜSİAD, Independent Industrialist Businessmen Association, we have seen that Islamic finance is of crucial importance. We can say that in the past it wasn't that complicated, but we haven't forgotten. Everything humanitarian is Islamic. Everything Islamic serves human and it is not based on profit and making money. It is about production and also sharing equally. That is what it is based upon. We always know about this, esteemed participants, distinguished academicians. As I have reiterated before, where are we heading to? We should be answering this question. We were discussing, questioning the role of the money, the basics of the Islamic finance. It is about the equal sharing of the money sources. In 2008, we have seen the economical crisis. What led us to this crisis? We highlighted the fact that this understanding of the production-based understanding were reversed. All the markets equilibrium were reversed, and it came to the point of explosion. That's what we have said. When we talked about this, if you need to define strategies about future, we need to be interpreting our history well. The thing that I would like to highlight is that in every 2 decades, we see that world history is undergoing a transformation, and it is transforming itself, as our academicians already know about this. We see the Industrial Revolution in 1920s and its impacts, military, economic, and political transformation. We have seen in 1920, 1940, the economical crisis. I would like to remind you the fact that we also faced World War II. It was a war. We have seen debts, and financial controllers took to the stage. You know, we have faced Marshall Plan, Bretton Woods. They controlled. I'm trying to really, we already know about this. In 1960, 1980, oil-related revolution in Iran and Iraq, threatening Iran. We know this crisis the world has faced. And we have seen a rare change, transformation in the past of the world. We have seen in the understanding and transformation of political world, we can say that the world was introduced to economical agricultural systems. The social political relations left its place to global production welfare questioning. That means globalization is not an end point. To the contrary, it's a transition economy. Today, we witness the truth of the system in a COVID-19 process. Global finance system in the global arena, we can see that it limits the actions of the government, and we see that there are some circles that are stronger than the economies. There is an illusion about that. Now, today, we can say that in the new regulations, economical relations are not transformed into welfare. Didn't we really face this in Corona period? If we faced the fact that globalization were harshly criticized, it found itself such a good plane. Why? Because we have said that with the mask of democracy, colonization presented itself as in a position of advantage, and with the financial system it supported this perception. But this system also brought standardization with itself. We can say that all these cultural streams also changed, degraded in terms of the context of civilization. Unfortunately, we can say that production, welfare, and the basics of the real economy lost its values, and money, it surrendered itself to money and the financial systems around it. Now we started the period, and the real took the place of the derivative. We can also say that the process that starts with the September 11, we have seen the huge struggle, and China also participated in the game, and we have seen that it was a process that slipped to the east. We should be remembering this, esteemed Rector. We will be seeing this process in different versions. Esteemed participants, when we talk about today, every institution has itself producing its own monetary funds. We see the risk simulations were disappearing in this. We take that all of the monetary policies, operations, shouldn't be evaluated just around the value of the money. We should not be neglecting the human resources and production. Esteemed participants, when we talk about current money, all the things that can be functioned as money, funds, as our central bank president says, these are the main tools of the finance. All the funds function within the limit of time. In the finance, it is the responsibility for us to meet the needs of tomorrow while preserving the value of the money. Financial transactions are just a simulation. When we talk about humanitarian finance, Islamic finance, this is the main resource. The simulations are main source. When we lead them to extinction, we really recall to new issues of money, using the raw materials, process of the materials, human resources, manpower, investment, savings, and savings, investment for saving and dividing, and it's being channeled to investment. These are really important for us. For us, it's not just about cycling about money and rate. We should be investing in production. We shouldn't be extinguishing the interest system. We should be also providing systems for them. We shouldn't be evaluating. We cannot really be bigging an imaginary balloon bigger. We should be taking a better aspect, a humanitarian aspect to the issues. If we do not do so, we can say that the production and the manpower will be vanishing, wasted, just to provide for the financial systems. This is also seen in the income division, and we don't see equivalence in this. We can also watch for a new mentality, emergence of a new mentality. We should be highlighting the concept of liberty. We shouldn't be forgetting about risk investment, and we should be taking the liberty of humanitarian and Islamic finance mentality. Esteemed participants, we can say that we are facing some issues in the world in the last 30 years. Modern capitalism has faced issues, and now we see that it's not based on economical crisis, but it led to an economical crisis as the liberals who defend the globalization and the realist industries also they appear to be on consensus. For example, what do we say? Corona is a turning point. We need new paradigms. We need new conceptualizations. For that reason, there are people who say that we need Bretton Woods system. In a Corona period, we see how fragile is the system is. If we are talking about a turning point, it will be unfortunate to think with the paradigms of the last century. For that reason, we should be using this process, thinking that it will be leading to 2021 in a Cold War, and it will be pushing the world to war of China and the United States. For that reason, I think Turkey has its location in geopolitically, and it is a leader in terms of Islamic finance. We should be interpreting these positions really well, and it is really important for us because we see that there are foreign investors in this country. Always continents are shifting to the east. In this economical wars, trade wars, we should be always considering these new areas very well. Why? Because a brand new world is waiting for us. If we continue to work with the old concepts, that means only a waste of time. For that reason, we should be changing our aspect of socializing and life. And we are talking about a social organization which has more than 11,000 members. We should be providing the needs of all of the workers. We should be making research and development about this for that reason. And all of this in the economical life, we should be seeing the transformation. If we establish or redefine this process, we should be looking for sustainable development, and every nation should be revising their value system and designing their economical life around these new values of system. Production and needs and supply chains and their allocation in an equal manner, we need a new paradigm. This crisis has shown us that China was holding uniquely production and also the supply chain. Now they are in an empty world. We can say that every nation should be participating. We should be making an equal allocation, and Stock Exchange Commission Vice Chairman highlighted the fact that in the post-corona world, we will be seeing the triggering of poverty in the world. For that reason, we should be defining global powers, global capital systems in the world. For that reason, we are foreseeing that political ways and methods in the world also will be undergoing a transformation. There is a dire need for a pluralist grassroots systems, and we should be watching this closely. And in this corona system, we have seen In education, there are lots of transformations waiting for us. You have also mentioned we should be setting up bridges between religion and science, and we should be drawing the borders of positivism. Yes, they're going to do this, of course. The world is functioning between religion, moral, and economical systems. It will be seeing that they cannot walk in this line alone. In the upcoming period, we should be highlighting this fact.
Another thing that I'd like to mention is that we need a new agreement between nature and ourselves. Nature is one of the biggest gifts of Allah to us. So our conventional frontiers shall change. So our power elements, such as our military power, these shall be going through a change, because we are seeing that new concepts become a part of this picture. So in the following process, with the data, we see that the data wars will change the way we see our economic parameters and our strengths. So as for the question that you have posed, as Musiad, we see the need of a new model. We can call it as the national economical architecture. The important point is the following: we have to be calculating the national power, and the national power is only possible when we have a national economy. So the fundamental national resources set down the paradigm of the national performance. What are those national resources? The research and development, innovation, and the national elements put together. Of course, they do need finances. They are in need of finances. But when we have a finance system based on participation funds, and when we form human resources, and when we make an information-based system from the grassroots onwards, and when we protect our water resources for future challenges and threats, when we do use those resources, those national resources, well, it will help us advance, and it will help us make our national economy one of our powers. So our main aim in the following process is, in order to calculate the national power and calculating the national advantages and facilitating the regional development and a participation-based commerce. When we make this understanding widespread, then the finance systems will need to be supported, because the power of a country's currency is based on the production and investment power of that country. So we need to form a network economy that is fed from the grassroots. So if we do not do this, we cannot have a long-term powerful economy. So I'm cutting short rather long comments I would like to make, and I'd like to talk about our changes also. The structure, saving system, development capital fund, industry-based real estate investment fund. So, including the participation finance, Mr. Metin is there, Mr. Murat is there. So we need to, as a capital organization, we are trying to do our best. As you know, throughout the Corona COVID-19 period, we have confined, and this confinement will contribute to us as meditating on our situation. Where are we headed? Are we only living in a world of simulations? So this, we have to take into consideration a lot of as-ifs for the future, and we should pay attention to what we have and how we do not lose those that we have. So in order not to lose from life, let's Allah give us the chance to live life fully. I hope we can struggle in the same manner. I hope Allah gives us the strength to struggle in the same manner. But the important thing is to struggle for the wealth and prosperity of the society. So I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference, and I'd like to say how happy I am to be with you here. I salute you all. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished presidents, distinguished audience, we needed to finish at 7 o'clock, so I'd like to wrap up shortly, and we won't have a Q&A session because we're already running out of time. This period that we're in is, in terms of both the Corona process and the other processes, so in the world, the nominal monetary systems have been the focal point. And we are faced with that kind of an economic model, as you all know. So, 10 times the worth of real economy is the monetary resources and monetary system. So this is one of the fundamental conflicts. There needs to be a balance between the financial field and the real economy, because the human is Homo economicus, who is a being that is faced with limited resources and who has an unlimited set of necessities. And I was looking at the numbers, and the 10 most debted countries are the 10 richest countries of the world. For example, Japan. The US has more debt than its GDP. So the world GDP is $92 trillion, whereas the debt is more than $250 trillion. So those we know as rich are rich basically due to the resources of others, due to the money of others. So this is the second most important problem. So we have to question this global system. And as Muslims, As those who think of the Islamic finance and economy, we know that we are here in this world for a competition, for a limited time. For us, what's important is the eternal life. So all the resources that are given to us in this life are abundance, and they are also gifts to us, and they are not forever. We are here to compete and to show our performance in order to show how we shall make use of those gifts that have been given to us for a limited time. The speaker spoke in Arabic. So, life or death. We have created life and death in order to see how you perform in both of those cases. So, starting from the level of being a creature of God, we have to have principles at all levels when we're merchants as well. So, Muslims don't do their work correctly. Here we need to make a calculation of how our ethics, our conduct, and then we have to provide good models, good examples of Islam in implementation rather than just verbally. So the whole week we shall have time to talk about all these, but today it has been a long day, and for our country we have a lot of hope. We have a lot of hope for all the Muslims in the world, and there's no reason not to be hopeful. Starting from our president, the highest authorities of economy and finance are here, and we have had a chance to listen to them. So there is a Turkey that the whole world of Islam is watching. So we have all the reason to be hopeful, and we have been hearing about those reasons why we should be hopeful. And now I'd like to commemorate Professor Dr. Sabri Orman, who left us, who left life on Friday. So he would have been here with us if, so he was 72 years old, and this shows us how quick of a matter it is to live and to die. So them and all those experts who have contributed to Islam economics, we all commemorate them here. Imam Ghazali, I hope our deceased gets to be a neighbor of Imam Ghazali, and I hope those who are leading pioneers of charity and those who have their amal eternal. So the important thing is to be a good son or daughter. The important thing is to be people of charity. So I hope we get to be one of them. So I hope our Allah keeps our amal open. So we have to be preventing the evil and facilitating the good. So my condolences to all of the scientists and academics who have contributed to advancement of Islamic economics, and I invite you to pray the Fatiha.
Bir kere daha başkanlarımıza ve sabahtan beri
I'd like to thank all our participants, our chairman,
our chair people. And also now I'll give the word to our moderator, and also I'll be presenting you with our gifts, which are Ottoman numismatic gifts. Thank you so much for your beautiful words. As you have said, I think you will be presenting your gifts to our dear speakers. Once again, we thank you all. We thank the Rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Professor Dr. Mehmet BULUT, Murat Uysal, the Governor of the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey, Talat Ulusever, the President of Stock Exchange Commission, and the President of MÜSİAD, Mr. Abdurrahman Khan, and Metin Özdemir, Chairman of the Participation Banks Association of Turkey. We thank you all. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite you to dinner. Salutations from our invited speakers. So we shall be continuing between 14th and 20th of June, and we shall be continuing tomorrow the conference, the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. So I invite you to have a new form of family picture, which is on a par with the new digital world. So I am finishing today with this beautiful family picture. Thank you so much for your participation.
Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these 2 conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the 2nd time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.